Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. We're going to get straight into the queue with the first entry today from Ricktendo. Very recent and also very successful upload by the looks of it, Skip Squeak Spooky Sanctum. So, let's bring that directly in, and Rexter, welcome. We'll hopefully get to both you and through your levels very quickly. But anyway, this sanctum is filled with blocks that can turn on and off by jumping. Let's see how it looks. Where else would you be? Who knows? I'm not going to speculate. Anyway, each jump is going to toggle the on-off switch because of the skip squeak reaction. We just need to make sure we don't do successive jumps too quickly because the skip squeak would not be able to react in time. Whoops. Just getting warmed up here. Didn't mean to just slip right off the first corner. That was maybe not the most successful move. But yeah, as long as we don't repeat our jumps too quickly, we should generally be fine, apart from little mistakes like this one, as long as we also don't do little correctional jumps like I'm very often fond of doing. Or hit the top corner like I'm also overly likely to do. Alright. Your squeak does trigger on-off? Yep. No, it does. Of course it does, because it's jumping with you. I'm just saying that if you jump too quickly, then you will miss an activation because the skip squeak has not landed and gotten back into a valid jumping state at that point. So, what happens if I lock myself behind here first? Nothing significant because everything's going to reset into the correct state as you enter this room. Looks like you're probably supposed to race that on the right? No, maybe not. Interesting, I wonder what's up there above the creeper, if you can actually make it. I am tempted to check. Except that was a one-way warp block, so never mind, we can't check. Guess that's just the way things will go. No, I don't mean locking yourself. I mean, if you jump too quickly in succession, then the skip squeak doesn't necessarily react to each jump, and that's just something that's inherent to this mechanic, because skip squeaks have a certain cooldown timer before they're able to jump again, so that's all I mean. It's very simple. You're aware of it already. It's not an issue with the level. And, whoops, let's watch the conveyor direction a little more carefully. That seems to be a rather important thing to do here. Natcat, welcome. As always, let me know if things are looking and sounding fine. I'm trying out a couple of new mitigation measures to try to fix up some of our audio production. I thought I had a breakthrough with it yesterday, only it turned out to be even worse than before, so well, hopefully not have too many issues this time. Let's once again be aware of the fact that the conveyors change direction when I jump. That's one thing that I'm not compensating for. I have thus far been playing as though the conveyors just continue to do their thing, and that's obviously not the case. We have been paying attention to the on-off switch insofar as the very highly visible platforms are concerned, but when it comes to the conveyor, I was definitely not paying attention, so... Yeah, and of course we'll try not to hit the fire, but part of it was just compensating for the conveyor movement, and just being aware of when things are going to face left or right. And we'll just pass one of them at a time, and we'll just do that. Much better. And now we need to reverse. We can actually just continue to hang left the whole time, because hanging left against the conveyor belt will always get the desired result. It's actually a much saner method than whatever I was trying before. Okay. Go. And back up. So what have we got here? We've got two. Just exit out the warp block, but we'll of course check the trees. Because that's how we play. And then we just need to be extra careful over here. Secrets equals trolls. Yeah, they usually are. Just a little adjustment over here, and that will do it. Okay, we need to be aware of the jump sequence. The arrows actually make it quite clear, except we came in a little bit low on a wall jump. Let's maybe be a bit more careful about that. It's pretty simple, though. Not too much trouble. And the curvature of the ceiling gives us plenty of room to work with. So. No, I don't know why I kind of hesitated in the middle. We are obviously supposed to jump directly to the red block. And just follow the jump sequence, which will be spread out horizontally enough for the skip squeak to react every time. Just had a moment's hesitation there that proved to be a rather fatal mistake. And we can fix that. Alright, let's give it a bit of a run this time. There we go. Straightforward. And then now we have to go up, and we have to be careful with the cat climb. We have to take advantage of the cat climb, rather. Whoops, that was a bad idea. I was trying not to jump directly to the B, I was just trying to get off of the climb, and that was a bad way to do it, so go back and fix it as soon as possible. Bad idea. That's okay. That's salvageable. Made a bit of a mistake there. Whoops. Too quickly that time. Always have to give the skip squeak a little time to react, as we said before. And let's get a bit of a run into this so we can do the wall jumps and go. Land here. Okay, that works rather well, actually. I was trying to swat the bee, but that works too. And everything's fine. Nice use of the cat climb there. We actually don't tend to see too many good interactions with the climb that work like that, so I thought that was actually rather successful. Blended with the main mechanic quite well. Feel like we needed to... Oh yeah, we can just climb the blue wall because it will activate. It's pretty simple. Yeah, use the cat climb all the time. Yeah, it's a nice mechanic that I think a lot of people don't really know how to design around very successfully, and so it's really nice to see. We can just squat? No, we can't. Or actually, no, I think this is maybe just a mushroom check because we are at the checkpoint, so. And we'll see if there's any particular purpose to doing that, why you would want to prevent the player from carrying the mushroom forward. It doesn't really look like the mushroom breaks anything yet. But maybe there's something we haven't seen. Okay, there we go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. And up we go to the flag. So thank you for that, Rick Tendo. Thought that worked rather well. Yeah, I don't think the mushroom check at the checkpoint was really particularly necessary. But I suppose if you just want to be strict about not letting the player take a hit so they can fully engage with the mechanic, that makes sense. It's just that the risk in the last segment isn't really from damage sources. So it does seem a little odd, but in general, I had a lot of fun with that, so thank you for the GGs, and we'll get right to Rexter. Big Mario would be hard for the wall jump part. Yeah, so maybe the spacing would be awkward for that. That's a good point. Okay, Rexter is here, so we will get to you right away. 3 SW, so on and so forth. And nope, did I enter something incorrectly? 3 SWLXT, LXT, there we go. My mistake. Popular minigame mix. Very fresh upload with no plays. Thank you for offering me first clear on this version. First run part inspired by me. Please enjoy this course. We will. And thanks for wishing me good luck. Let's see how it goes. Okay, start. Run. Alright, so we run. Alright, good. Alright, so there's a specific starting trigger there. I don't know exactly why that's enforced. It's kind of like WarioWare, isn't it? Where you're just given an instruction in a couple of seconds to do it. Find. This is spot the difference. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the run part was actually time constrained or anything like that, but we'll just be in the spot the difference segment over here, and I don't... Yeah. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Aim. This is always going to be trouble if it's what I think it is. Oh, no, it's just Buzzy. Okay, interesting. It's just a minigame where you launch the shell. It's not something like aiming the arrow shot or something. So we just need to get a nice clear shot. And there we go. And here's a maze. Okay, and then we just need to make our way up without blocking off walls that I don't want to hit, so... we can probably... Yeah, we would need to hit something... Let's see if I can visualize this. Yeah, we just go through here. Then, always look for landings that will allow me to continue, and we just skip the last 2 activations over here, and that works fine. And, oh! Totally missed the top of the flag. Should have thought about leaning right, but of course the top of the flag, well, it's covered there, so it's a THX, and that Rexter. And thanks for offering me first clear. We didn't seem to break anything, so hopefully this version will stick around. I think the queue is actually clear, so either of you who are here and anybody else, you're welcome to submit more if you'd like. And Netcat, some dashes in there, and I will put that in. Always welcome to suggest levels to me, of course. Netcat tends to send me good stuff. Except I have no idea what that will translate to. There we go. Let's get that in the bot. Versus History of the Mummy's Tomb, 2DL. Warp World may be broken in many ways, but what it does do very well is convert everything to uppercase, so I don't need to worry about distinguishing L's and I's. This one's more traditional, that's perfectly fine. History of the Mummy's Tomb. A desert tomb offers the promise of treasure, but danger and traps as well. This is from 2019. Very popular level from the early months. Let's see how it goes. Okay. We've got mushroom. We have here. Stomp some Goombas. Everything's fine. And yeah, it's gonna be a nice, relaxed, traditional experience. But of course, we'll take the time to look for anything optional. The pipe going into the ground here in the artwork does suggest, of course, that there is something to discover down below. And it looks like we have a choice of items. And I wonder if you can only come down here. I mean, the way it's set up, it looks like I can loop back here as much as I want. But don't know if that's exactly the case, or if maybe there's some spawn blocking that happens with the bricks that were destroyed. Like if it blocks off some blasters, that would then stuff you up the pipe, or no, it just lets you through. Oh, okay, there's a blaster. And you would have to get back out via donut blocks. Okay, that makes sense. And I don't think there's a way to do anything cheesy with the bomb that's walking around, so let's not do that. Well, Gamer Guy, welcome. Looking forward to a musical extravaganza of the Smash Brothers theme. We'll get to you pretty quickly because we have a very short queue going on here today. So far. I'm sure somebody will hit me with something much lengthier eventually, but now this is very SMB3, entering a pyramid. Not quite in the same style as the actual SMB3 pyramid, but that's fine. It works pretty well for this smooth transition in this level. We will, of course, be checking the yellow pipe against my better judgment, and that's going to be Crush Death, but I thought it was worth a try. Well, Gamer Guy, your level is number 1 on the leaderboard. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I do appreciate you telling me that because I never checked the popular tab. I think I only ever checked the popular tab when there are things like coordinated releases for projects that I'm a part of. So, glad yours is doing well. We'll see what has made it so well received. The Explorer, that's right. That's the thing about a traditional level, is that even if we die on something easy, we can go back and just peek around some more. That is also why I tend to prefer taking a Tanuki Leaf, because that does allow you to have a bit more traversal that you otherwise wouldn't. Let's put it here. Okay. And no, we've been up here before. I don't think there's anything. We'll just activate this. We'll not stand too close just in case the bomb is going to be a problem. Whoops. Sure, I guess we'll go up. I don't know if I actually tried the pipe entry properly, but I guess the modular spacing strongly discourages that. It seems like I didn't really get a centered entry on the pipe. Then we'll go back up. And what do we have over here? Okay. 2 notable so far. Oh, I should have taken that up. Let's see if we can... Well, first of all, we're going to check for that. Nearly missed and fell into the pit, and no, it's just going to... Total miss this time. Seems like it is possible to check up there, but... have to spawn to Koopa again and do it. I don't know if we've gone far enough to the left. Yeah, we have. There we go. Nothing. As I probably could have told from those ground blocks. But anyway, down we go. And our bones will be as invulnerable as they always are. Not if I had to Tanuki Leaf though. Anyway, bouncing on this guy should take him up. On-off switch, I guess we have to loop over that pipe by bringing the other pipe. This is in fact going to be the main route. You go through the pipe, you do something, you come up through this pipe, and then you go up through here after the on-off switch has been activated. Anyway, those swaps are just there to scare you. This thing looks like it could be hit by a Tanuki Leaf, but we're at checkpoint anyway. We won't really have an opportunity to check that. Okay, let's... Here. Let's not whip that guy yet in case I need to jump on him. Okay, that's nothing. And Tactics 47, welcome, hope you're doing well. Okay, we've got a key up there, let's head over. Looks like this is breakable if you just whip this guy with the tail. You'd have to probably exit and spawn him afterwards. Okay. Pretty cozy experience so far, this one. But also fairly substantial in its scope, which is the nice thing about traditional levels. I actually think that because traditional levels are usually so light on the entity budget that, you know, people can't afford to go long and have something that's more in the scale of games like DKC or Yoshi's Island, rather than just a brevity of traditional Mario format. So one thing that's very striking if you ever do go back to SMP3 is just how bite-sized all of the levels really are, and I know some people prefer it that way, but I actually do like the traditional experiences in Mario Maker with a little more meat on the bones. Maker makes very cozy levels, yeah. Kind of see that, and love this double activation going on here. Grabbing the swamp down below. And let's go up. Alright. We'll ascend and we will hit a checkpoint. And looks like this is going to be a boss room. In some fashion, so... Oh! Now that's interesting that you have the same style room as the Martin and Roy fights in Super Mario World, using that mechanism on the side. I would be very tempted to duck back through the door just to see that load in again, but using the mechanisms on the side to just squeeze the walls in. A very unintrusive way. Looks like if we had the Tanuki Leaf here, we could probably fly up further, but no opportunity to do so now, so we'll take the win. Thank you once again, NatCat, for suggesting this one. Seems like you've got a massive pile of levels just ready to spin up at any time. Let's mark it as a win. And, Well Gamer Guy, I believe you are next. Yeah, NatCat, short queue today. Feel free to throw anything else in if you'd like. I don't know if I've played anything else by Sammy Cat. A very popular maker from early on, I think. Hasn't been active in some time. Oh yeah, we may have even had some of this suggested to me before. Lord Pengu, welcome. Okay, well, Gamer Guy, you were just here a few minutes ago. I'd like to confirm that. You said your level is #1 on the leaderboard. Looking forward to seeing that, so... And you're next in the queue anyway, and nobody else is behind you. We might as well just play it. Yeah, that's right. You are here, just making sure. I mean, I know you were just here a few minutes ago at the very least, so... We're pretty relaxed about people who need to dip out and AFK for a minute, or some other obstruction to typing a message in chat. But anyway, Smash Brothers Steam, a hold run, or else. Sounds really threatening. And Yeah, we've got SSB in the thumbnail. Out of the many different Smash Brothers teams, I assume it's the classic among them all. Dum bum bum ba da 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 dum. Kind of have the other teams in my head somewhere, for Melee and Brawl, and maybe not Smash 4 anymore. I feel like a lot of that has just kind of drifted away. But hold run or else. That cat, thanks for sending in Quicksand. See what that's all about in good time. But anyway, we need to run, so let's play some music. Yeah, we just hold run, we don't need to jump, everything in here will just play itself. Okay. And there we go, yeah. And true to the theme of this level, we're just going to smash everything as we go. Neat little things here with the boom booms and the boo rings just kind of confining you to holding forward. I mean, you probably don't want to play that flexibly. Notice that I'm a second behind a record, probably because we just didn't start something up as quickly at some point. Anyway, thanks for that, WoGamer Guy. There's a win and continue. And you're quite welcome to send more as well. We have a very short queue so far this early in the stream, so I'm sure the hour-long roadblocks are going to come at some point, but for now we'll just enjoy breezing through what we can. Alright, Quicksand. I am going to pull out my device for a machine translation because I don't read Japanese, and so we'll have to depend on some Google garbling here, what it says. Quicksand, a perilous desert of bottomless quicksand. There's a key coin in the quicksand. In the boss desert, if you invade the quicksand on the boss side with the Mecha Bowser that appears in the quicksand on the clay pipe side, you will be attacked. We're not going to remember that, but at least we know what it says. This is from July of this year. Yeah, I have this habit of just forgetting what descriptions say as soon as I enter a level. Oh, nice little sinking bit here. I was trying to hold up into the door, but I somehow missed that opportunity. I guess it just shows you that mechanic. Yeah. I think I've just reacted to that late. Yep, no, you need to push your way back out. Nice mechanic, actually. It's very thematically clear right off the bat. And so, yeah, you kind of have to dive out of here. But you also have to be aware of where a key is potentially placed in order to move past the next door, so... Possibly it was in the first area here, given that we... There we go. Oh, key coin. Yeah, key coin number 1, and then possibly there's a key coin number 2 if we low enough. You kind of need to take a bit of a risk here to see what's going on. Very kind of this level to show you how many seesaws are going to brace you down below before you really get into trouble. Okay, we have to tap a little faster here. I've been allowing myself to be pushed a little bit too low before we properly reacted. Okay, jump repeatedly. Quicksand, not a fun way to go, no. Gives you a bit of a sinking feeling. Okay, I'm doing the piano trill method, hitting B and A with my index finger and middle finger. so we can do the repeat input as smoothly as possible. There we go, that's a lot better actually. Okay, checkpoint. This was telling me something about the mecha earlier, and I don't remember what. But, oh, the mecha's just going to die. Okay, never mind that. Except, no, he's going to respawn, and then Wendy is going to send projectiles up through this passage here, which is a really interesting use of Wendy's deflection. Yeah, Wendy is only ever as good as the deflection patterns you make of her, and so this was a particularly interesting one. Just feeds through. Interesting way of disguising the entry door here as well. Oh, yeah, look at the blue pipe. No, the blue pipe just spawns mechas, I think. We don't need to do that too much, unless we can try entering. I don't think so. No. It is just a mecha spawner. Which tells me that I'm probably supposed to grab the mecha and take it out with me, but that's going to be an issue if I try to do this piano trolling, unless I... Oh no, we can do it. I've got a really kind of awkward way of holding the controller to do that, where... Whoops. I had my index finger on Y, and I was tapping B and A with my middle finger and ring finger. So I don't just have to spam the jump button with the base of my thumb. That was not quite as effective. Anyway, welcome to Awesome Lamp. Awesome Lamp. Looking forward to the continuation. If that's what we were on. Okay, let's drop the mecha for a moment so we can refresh him. Then gotta get out. And we have to do this twice more. Very interesting fight. I have a tendency to point up too when I'm trying to jump up, even though it's totally unnecessary. Yeah, you have to spam the buttons pretty quickly, so... Luckily, trilling with my third and fourth finger isn't going to go too badly. Kind of out of practice with that sort of thing, but it'll work. Yeah. It's constantly changing my hand position. Actually, pre-jumping a little bit works quite well. And you can see Wendy only takes 2 hits, so I guess she was kind of hit in advance by the level in some fashion. Yeah, doing a couple of jumps before you get down to the Koopa is actually really important, so the blocks get spinning right away. Oh, you were supposed to take a Koopa with you to hit that. Fortunately, we missed the opportunity to do so. Probably just a vine that takes you through here. Yeah, that just rewards you for taking an additional Koopa to the end. It's pretty clear to me that's what's going on. You use your left thumb to hold the Mecha Koopa. Interesting. Yeah, I guess you don't really need to change directions at the point if you're just going straight up. So yeah, I was using second, third, and fourth fingers all on the controller at once. That was a very unorthodox experience. Thanks for the suggestion, Netcat. Excellently chosen. Always my pleasure to see some of these levels from Japanese makers who, unfortunately, aren't around here to submit. Just given the language barrier, among other things, and just lack of communication across the communities. Awesome Lamp, we will get to you, and we'll spend some time on you, probably, because we don't really have submissions behind you at this point, so... I don't know. Yeah, we played Gliding Outside. I'm sure it must have been Netcat who sent me some of this previously as well. Oh no, we played some of the older ones as well. But anyway, let's continue. Okay, it looks like it's the Super World continuation, if I'm not mistaken. And we've got 2 levels remaining. And 12 lives. I mean, we can try to stock up on a few more, but we'll just dive in. I'm likely to hit some kind of reset anyway, since the difficulty is escalating up to this point, so let's see it. For anybody new here, it's fairly typical for me to do Super World submissions in a minimum chunk of about 15 minutes or so. So if levels are short, we can tag a whole bunch of in at once. Now we're going to be a bit more flexible about that since we don't have anybody in queue right now. We'll take as long as we need with this until our submissions fill out. So anyway, take the bully out of the way and then we'll crates over. And then we're going to totally get bounced into that mushroom, which is fine by me. It didn't prove to be too much of a liability. I can't quite see what's going on camera-wise here, except I guess there's a bit of a platform at the bottom right. Yeah, camera was a little bit tricky here, but we'll take it. I don't see that there's anything to the left, so let's not deal with it. Let's just head up. Trying to do a Mang bounce over here. Hitting the bully from below so we can get a bit of a spin out of that. Oh, interesting. We can probably... Yeah, a bit of a long shot to make that. I don't think even a long jump could make the top there. Okay, we have to be pretty careful once again with camera on our way down. Just paying attention to where the bullies are standing. And there we go. Taking it pretty slowly and cautiously, of course, but you can tell how a lot of things in this level are actually pretty well built for a potential speedrun route. Oh, clear condition. I totally didn't see it. Ignored it completely. I guess we have to go backwards. I did not even see that, so... Thought these guys were just in the way. Alright, we'll kill them. And we'll somehow make it backwards. Now hopefully I'm not past any kind of point of no return when it comes to hunting them down and destroying them. But we'll go back and check. So yeah, I'm able to fall back down the left side here, so I think I'm probably okay, but... Kick him over. This way. Very Mario 64 style. Classic sense of the bullies having originated there in the first place. Okay, this time around we'll actually take out the bullies as we go along. Yeah, look at the game just blasts out of my screen. Reached a goal after defeating all the bullies, and just kind of blanked on that completely. Okay. It's number 2. And we'll head towards the crates down here. We'll just gradually tap them over. Okay. Works. Walked right into him. 4 at this point, we should be doing alright. Chai Latte, welcome. And bump this guy slowly. This little one tile offset here is enough to create a subtle sense of risk. 7 out of 12. Glad Big Mario can fit in that jump just fine without too many complications. 8 out of 12. Alright, let's continue. Then we got a double over here. Yeah, I probably need to split them up and hit one at a time on either end. Okay, good, got it under control. And just two more, this one and the one that is to the right, which is rather large. But the harder they fall. Saying we'll continue. Battle at Bully Bridge. Thank you for the GG's. So we've got World 7 Castle coming right up. Okay, just gotta watch our timings here. Feels quite a lot like Wendy's Castle in Super Mario World, which was actually my sticking point when I first played Super Mario World. One of them anyway, back when I was originally learning the game there. Definitely a couple of things that were long-standing obstacles. I think there was something mechanical. Wendy's Castle isn't even that hard, but it was something mechanical about perhaps a dash or something that I just hadn't mastered at that point. I'm talking about my very first play of Super Mario World and going through it properly. But later on I remember Outrageous and a Special World being a big stumbling block as well. Probably once again was something to do with light mechanics or just bullet spam everywhere. Okay, whoops. I instinctively tried to do the 3D World high spin there, and that was, of course, awful idea. That was going to stand any chance of working. Just something instinctive, even though we're not playing in a style where that makes sense. And over to Larry's Cloudtop Fort from Lord Pengu. Oh, whoops. Let's pay attention here. That was kind of a looking at the chat death. Classic way to go as a streamer. Yeah, now that we've got a couple more submissions in, we'll see how we do in terms of time on this level. And we'll probably continue with the queue after the castle, depending on how long it takes. And Awesome Lamp, you're obviously welcome to resubmit this code afterwards if we are progressing with queue and if we have a lot more left to be done in the Super World. So we'll find some way to accommodate this. It's been a pretty enjoyable experience. Whoops. Okay, that felt a little bit blind because of the camera scroll after the wall jump. Thought I would have more height to work with there. It came as a little bit of a surprise that I couldn't really react to. So it was already pretty high in midair, so it was just purely kind of a player camera issue, I think. Anyway, let's do this. Whoops. Remember, it's an SMB mechanics, not 3D World. Does affect my estimate of the basic things like twirl as well. Yeah, I made the same mistake over here. This is a little bit of an issue. It does feel a bit blind. Even if I know it's coming, it's something I'm liable to hit, so. Let's do it slowly. Okay. And coin down below. Let's grab that before hitting the checkpoint just because That's just how our sense of risk operates. Also because I just didn't see the checkpoint flag until I was already down there. That's admittedly a bit of a factor as well. Whoops, nope. Yeah, bad place to stand. That's okay, that's why there's a checkpoint right in this section. Specifically so we can negotiate obstacles like that one. Alright, let's grab this and continue. Then, yeah, doing okay as long as we don't scroll too aggressively. That seems like we needed plenty of forward momentum. And then we totally got stuffed over here, where there was a pretty clear opportunity to go over, but we just missed it. And that's just a risk you take. Yeah, it looks like one of those things that's kind of trickier as Super Mario. I was supposed to twirl over, we just missed it, I think. And we just missed a block completely and had an accidental wall jump at the very end there. Careful. Let's see how this goes. Alright, up we go. There we go. Some proof that we could do it without damage. Whether we can also do this part here, though, is... The question is, you can see if we can just get on the right side of the rightmost no block, that location actually is... I mean, I wouldn't say safe, but you are able to stall there successfully. This guy's gonna be trouble, I can tell. There we go. It's gonna continue being all bouncy down there. Okay, I was trying to lower that jump a little bit. The low ceiling here is going to be a bit of an issue, especially with the blocks. Rather, the blades parallel directly above each other. I wonder too how sensitive that positioning is to the player camera, whether just at a particularly unfortunate positioning, blades directly on top of each other given when we're spawning them in, but I haven't looked at this closely. We'll have to go back there and inspect that once again, so let's continue. Probably a bad idea, but made it. Have to be pretty cautious. Nope, totally got stuffed that time. Didn't really have a good position for escaping that. Nope, going for the second bounce was a bad idea. After missing the first, I really should have waited out that cycle instead of trying to rush it. Notice 3 lives on the board, which means that we may have to restart from before checkpoint. That is somewhat likely. Nope. Tough fit. Yeah, this bit here. Seems like we just got caught in that part of the pattern. Jump is dependent on player positioning and God of War's pattern, yeah. Yeah, a lot does depend on camera spawns here. In terms of how successive elements are synchronized. Here when you're going left to right, and the other zone when you're going down to up. Yeah, the main way to fix issues like that is usually just by spacing things such that elements appear within scrolling range when there is some kind of required jump where the player's position is completely predictable, but obviously there's enough going on in this level that may have been tricky to get the spacing which would work out that way, also because, you know, the player always just has the flexibility of back and forth a little bit as well, so. But yeah, you can tell that time that in the vertical section's spawning pattern was actually significantly more cooperative, which helped me when push came to shove, but close enough. Nope, just completely missed out on opportunity here. Okay.
Oh no!
I mean, I guess the other way to mitigate that is if elements were loaded in the same column in the horizontal zones or same row in the vertical zones in such a way that they would be fed onto a different track in the desired position. So you load everything in the same row or in the same column and then kind of feed them into the position it's supposed to get to. That would be one way to guarantee certain synchronizations if you actually need them, which isn't always the case. Oh, no. Thought I would make that. Kind of reacted late to the fact that I didn't. Careful. Okay, time. A bit of staggering here that we take advantage of. Would be pretty satisfying to find some kind of speed pattern. Now let's watch our heads here. This is part where it's possible to just bump your head blindly. Yeah. This is probably the thing in the level I have the biggest problem with. It's correct form that you kind of have to know that this bridge is coming in order to react to it. Because the player camera just isn't going to give you that until it's already too late. You actually did that on the World 7 mid-castle, but somehow forgot you made this. Oh, the track synchronization, you mean, yeah. You could even have said something about it at the time. But regardless, we'll get a checkpoint flag for the next 20 lives or so. Watch this carefully. Hope the synchronization works out. Whoops. Yeah, this spot here, I think I'm just going too slow. I'm missing the window of opportunity to get above the vertical blades on the right side. Because I keep thinking I'll wait for the next cycle and then we just get stuffed. Yeah, here we go. Nope. Thought I was trying to reposition myself there and we just missed. Yeah, it was way too dangerous. Would not have made that if we were big. Nope. I just have to anticipate his position. Oh, we're gonna get in a bit of trouble here. Nope, fine. Yeah, as you can see, this time the top and bottom aren't just perfectly synchronized, which would have created the same kind of problems as before, but we will fail on that anyway. But anyway, that is a new record. Probably able to get so far. I mean, the odd thing is that everything feels quite relaxed. You've got plenty of time to react to what's coming and plan out your movements.
Oh no!
But it's very easy to flub the landings on a note block such that you're not going into the direction that you actually intended, or the deflection you thought you'd get displaces you slightly. But where, for example, if you take a look at these note blocks I'm bouncing on now, if you kind of land just a little too far to the left, then you actually get pushed further left to match the tile placement of the, in that case, the middle block. Okay.
Oh
Nope.
no!
Let's be careful here. Same idea. And now we wait. Okay. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, very finicky positioning on that one. I feel like we just don't have an ideal cycle for it yet. That perhaps getting caught up on the rightmost spot and the row of note blocks might have been a bad idea. Anyway. There we go. Nice and clean that time. Let's have the patience to wait for the next available cycle and then bear it through. Okay. Okay, if we take damage, we'll just rush it. That was risky, and
Oh no!
I had it, and then we had the accidental wall jump there because I didn't expect to lean into the wall when I was doing the final jump that was intended to get me up high. We absolutely had it. Fortunately, just got a waylaid by overshooting. Oh, here's the
No!
nightmare spot. It seems like the vertical column on the right is just moving so slowly. All suits you. What I need? I mean, I'm sure that effect is just kind of amplified by a sense of impatient anticipation. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I had a bit of an unfortunate bounce back, which I don't know what I thought would happen. You're unhappy with a few things? Yeah. I mean, wait until I've actually finished with your Super World, that'd be great, but so we don't have to replay everything to get to the end. But yeah, this is a good candidate for fixing up a couple of things when it comes to polish and timing, especially. So,
Oh no!
but go as fast as I wanted across. It's got a little bit stuck once again because of a bad landing on a note block that kind of trapped me in a column, I think. I kind of wish this game had the 2x1 wide note blocks, which are present in some of the series.
Oh no!
It's okay, we'll polish some things off. And here we go. Nope. It's okay, we made it. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, catching the dry bones midair is not too bad usually. Nope, trying to do a bit of a short bounce there, that's too low. Yeah, you don't want the top and bottom tracks to be in parallel there in that spot where it just died, because it makes that jump height that is required to get between them particularly awkward. You've got a couple of things going on there with changes to gravity mechanics, changes to playing in 3D world, etc. Quite a few challenges involved. I only just realized that this thing looks like a face, and if you look at the whole bottom half here, it looks like some kind of amphibious creature with two googly eyes. I'm always a little bit late on the uptake when it comes to reading thematic material like that, but you can see where I'm coming from. No. Okay, there we go. I caught it. Okay, at least the synchronization is not as disastrous as Ascent, but back and forth at the edge of the track will be. Bouncing repeatedly on note blocks, or springs, or any other bouncy surfaces for that matter. Rather exposed is not my forte. Yeah, taking it at the edge of the track is a bad idea because of the reversal that happens. Let's see. Blades turn around for another pass. Needed to take the hit. At least a good alternative. Okay, there we go. Thought we missed that one, but it's fine. Now, once again, I keep forgetting to compensate for the blade's changing direction at the end of its path and turning back right away. I don't know how I always just miss that in the mental calculation. But it's right there staring at us in the face. Nope. Okay, let's exercise some care here on the salamander. Maybe it's a salamander. Not exactly sure. I'm talking about the bottom half of this room, of course. As you clear. It's the thought that counts. Okay. Just hang right a little bit more. Oh, accidental wall jump. Gotta stop doing that. Don't hug the walls quite so aggressively. Wow, that was trivial. Okay. And that's fine. Oh no, once again, didn't account for the reversal. Really do need to keep an eye on that and try not to catch plenty of note on the edge. Okay, go. Nope.
Oh no!
Once again, they were directly over each other in a very awkward position. Awesome lamp. We hit game over on this one, which will happen in 4 lives. I may postpone it for now. We would, of course, make another crack at it for the next Super World submission if it is, in fact, the limit of our progression for the time being.
No!
We'll see. Not too hard to get back to the first checkpoint at least. Okay. Positioning again, way off. Okay, dry bones is easy enough to deal with. Whoops.
Oh
Looks like
no!
you just fell off the left there. A lot of room for unexpected mistakes when you deal with all these blocks smashed together. Okay. There we go. Hey, we actually made it. That was risky. I think I managed that maneuver, but works. Nope. It would just go if that happens. I haven't really ever been able to do that timing. That timing. Okay, give it another go. At this, yeah, down to 1 life, so. Going with the queue after game over? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Happy to come back to this one, of course, even if it's something you want to revise eventually. We're so far in the Super World, it makes sense to continue. Alright.
Oh no!
Caught up with that. Anyway. We'll postpone this for the time being, and we'll get back to it later. Surprisingly tricky. It looks so benign. But then, one thing after another can just trip you up. Let's check my list. Okay, Lord Pengu. As always, awesome lamp. You can pop it back in. Whoops, no. Wrong button. I was trying to exit out of here. This one's short, you're saying, okay? See it. Larry's Cloudtop Fort. Highest point with clouds with only a short time limit. Yeah. Lamp, thank you for submitting mechanic or roller coaster ride. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect him to jump down. I thought he was going to stay up top and I was getting ready to bump him from below. Absolutely thought he was vulnerable. A little extra for the Super World. Yeah. Forward to it. Was it something that didn't make it in originally and then you just had as a bonus concept, or? Let's see here. Get down unless you enter the blue pipe, so we'll enter the blue pipe after we stomp on whatever was there. This was the last level you made before you got burnout. Understandable. Just gonna walk. We can't really get past it though. Regardless, why would you want the 30 coin? Let's stand in that middle slot. Oh no, you need to sneak under this guy. Sneak. As for me, except we're going to go up and up. Exit somewhere completely different. Mashup of two bonus concepts, you're saying. Okay. Oh, whoops. Thought I could jump away from that. It's the timing. Skip this guy. And it's up on this attempt anyway. Wasn't really even thinking about the clock, even though it's pretty clear that you get 99 seconds. You bolt your way through. So I guess we shouldn't take too much time exploring, or rather running into Goombas. But no, I keep forgetting to compensate for it bumping itself to the right. Predicted its motion based on the idea that it was just going to go left. Not so convenient for me today. Oop. Anyway, let's go. Nope. Thought I could jump him. But 3, that's too soon. Okay, got it for once. Take out who we can. Okay. Nothing too critical we need to look at over here, I don't think, unless we wanted to. What are these symbols down low? Do anything? No, no, they're identical. Anyway, finally made it over to, presumptively, boss room. Okay. We just need to stay above, and pretty simple. Alright, there we go. Lord Pink. Nat Cat, let's take a look at another suggestion. I think that's an S. Find it very soon if it isn't. Castle in the Sky, another Sammy Cat. Mysterious floating castle, its stone guardian's friend. Okay, it's fine. Yep. Nat Cat, my first thought was actually Studio Ghibli film. I have not seen it since I was very young, I think, so can't say I'm necessarily going to identify granular specifics of how that was the inspiration. Considering to make Koopalings mid-bosses instead of main ones. Whoops. Hang on, I'm just kind of thinking about this level at the same time. Let's break things. But swap activation up here, which would trap me down below, so we'll just put that on-off switch accordingly, and I guess this is going to be our way forward. Okay. Let's all of that, and then what have we got next? We can enter here. Oh. Since we're past checkpoint, we can maybe go back and check the spot I was curious about. Ooh, might be a little bit involved to go back there. I guess you can't, because I went up through semi-solids. And we'll just take the cannon up. Okay. Let's just try this again. Follow the arrow. That's what happens. And it's almost like an ending staircase, except it isn't. Top carved off now. Okay, so you can get rid of all of them with the on-off switch, and that's fine because it gives me checkpoints. Okay. Brisk series of segments. At this stage anyway. Obviously I spent way too much time fighting elites here and there. They offer for free or in skeleton. Whoop. Just total miss. Total miss of a jump. Okay, yeah. Once again, just follow the coins and grab them. Another essential part of this. It's a contest. Some kind of notation to the left side that we haven't worked with at all. It's brick, brick, star thing. Okay, one down to the left. sure what this shape is supposed to be. Almost a lot of plants and everything. Alright. Let's take this. Find the appropriate response. The checkerboard style is good in this game. Yeah, it is. So. Okay, so I'm in here. Unless we climb up here. Even if you do climb up there, I can manage the flexibility somehow. Let's whoa. Okay. Ah, yeah, no, you just need to activate the thwomp until it crushes the piranha. That's all there is to it. Yeah, pretty clear. I just need to read that attentively the first time out. This room gets taken apart. Okay. Oh, no, once again, just completely. Oh, bit of a snipe. Okay. Keep going. And what have we got this time? Okay. That's fine. And we'll let the thwomp do its thing. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Right under. Let's continue. Yeah, thank you for the submission, Lozo Maker. I've read that correctly. We have a pretty short queue today, so should be able to get to you before too long. Okay, here's the fight. We want to drop the thwomp on top of the piranha. That's going to be the key. Need to probably plug this column. There we go. And we'll think later on whether we need the trampoline to actually hit the bottom of the right side. It does, because that's how that's obtained. Okay. Big plus sign here. Very curious. We will see what that's all about. Looks like we're going to go into some kind of freefall. Oh. Is it? Took me way too long for something relatively straightforward, but thank you for submission. And, oh yeah, Awesome Lamp, I totally didn't clear you from the queue last time, did I? Yeah, I made a mistake. Sorry about that. Let's make sure we have arranged things properly here. Unless this was just a... This wasn't a resubmission, right? I think I just forgot to clear you. In that case, let's just go to do Loza Maker first anyway. Maker did just say GG, so... Oh, this was a new... Oh, no, that's right, that's right. You had submitted a new one. That's right. Yeah, no. I remember now. I totally confused that with something else. Yeah, no, you did have the other one that you mentioned. Volcanic roller coaster ride. Unofficial World 7 bonus level. Yep. Let's do it. That's right. Thanks for correcting me there and ensuring that we're playing the correct content here. Nope. Going to be a little risky there. When it's a red pipe, and red pipes do suggest to me that we be more careful. Okay, we'll let dry bones come up again, then let it walk in such a fashion that will allow me to just take it up. No, not quite. Anyway, here's the rail ride. Very much in keeping with some of the ideas in SMB Wii and U. This experience very clearly signifies. Oh, okay, there we go. Pay attention. Whoops. Oh, it just slipped off the diagonal. Which happens all too often when it comes to things like skull platforms, and here with tracks as well. It's got to be very solid with our footing.
Oh no!
Okay, good again. And we'll wait. Alright, this time let's be careful on the diagonals. They are notable risk. Here we go. Okay, this is fine. We just need to not walk off the edge. Easier said than done. Nope, same spot actually. I just slipped when it was going down. So we should really stick to a secure location there. Find one. Surprisingly finicky. Nope. Timing. Red pipe once again. Let's try it out. Okay. Go. Yeah, mushroom's gonna be pretty necessary there. Of course, if we fall into lava, all bets are off. Okay, let's have a nice firm landing. Let's not spill out on either side. Our eagerness to get moving. There we go. And here. See what I can do with the squirrel. Put it on a float, which is very helpful. Nope, totally mastered out of that. Okay, we'll take it. The Fusty might hold victory there. We got it in the end.
Done. Woohoo!
Maybe not the most competent showing on my part, but did it. Thank you for the GGs. And let me check this, make sure we have this properly. Okay, Loza Maker, you're clearly still here, so let's put you in. Very few clears in that 1-4 level that was. But months ago by the looks of it. Let's make sure I've read this correctly. That's an S, isn't it? Or is that a 5? I think it's a 5. No, I think it's an S. Or QPF, QPF, that's right. Surprisingly hard to see. Castle Crown Team God. Level with 2 checkpoints requires some skill and patience. Luck, folks, thanks forever. Yeah, let's look. Okay. Alright. Looks like that's on a timer. No, this is something that we just need to jump on as part of a continuation to the next Goomba, I think. That's clearly reachable. We just need to maybe think about the spawn timing on that Goomba on the right. Yeah, we need to walk a little further before I do it like that. Let's perhaps build better momentum. Yeah, not quite doing the right momentum correction there, but we'll try it out. There we go. Much smoother, and then high bounce on the on-off switch, of course. Yeah, just need to control the jumps. And then the second Goomba there just gives you the time to let everything get into place. Okay. Nope, missed that. Be slightly distracted by the effects there for a moment. Solid up that point though, just to, whoops, navigate the brief lack of clarity. One spot. No, we're doing pretty well. Yeah, here's a jump that allows you to stall and reposition. Clear. Yeah, just missed it again. We should follow the tracks a little more closely. So again, I think it was the visual effect that just kind of threw me off balance for a moment, but we'll have to work around it. TG, I can't say I remember which team that is. And I already have it, yeah, pretty much. Need to exercise some care. Yep. The correct column and we should be okay. Got the general pattern down just fine. Okay, and then this gives me a bit of a momentum correction. All it allows me to stall until the boot. Whoops. For some reason I thought it was going to land right in because I just forgot about the Goomba bounce. Oops. not exactly on my game today. Whoops. A bit more momentum, and we will push our way forward through that jump. Should be okay. Yeah, sometimes I'm just a little bit off center, and it does ruin a few things for a moment. And then it's all better again. Whoops. Yeah. Initial state switch just makes sure the Goombas get loaded in position on top of the conveyor belts to keep them in place. Okay, there we go. Yeah, just need to fix a lot of the mid-air positioning, and then we can do this. Okay. I know, once again, it's the on-off switch. Looks like we are probably pretty close to the end of this segment, but too soon. Yeah, this is fine so far. Okay, there we are. Okay, the switch from below, there we go, and there's a checkpoint. And then it's going to be shell jump on the right side by the look of it. It's okay, can be done. Yeah, you need to go immediately from that bounce, one bounce. Do an additional pickup. And just a little bit off here. It does give you a pretty clear recommendation. Not sure I like it. Too close. It's okay, we'll just find a sweet spot. Obviously, the indicator is probably our best hint, but we, of course, wouldn't be the only ones with that hit. No, I understand it's a shell jump. We've just been missing. Whoops. And it's pretty clear that the P blocks are denoting where you suggest you release and where you bounce down below. Just need to fix my timing and spacing on it. Yeah, it took too long to try to position myself. Just a matter of getting a sense of the feel when holding should actually take place. Oh wait. Something we can do positionally, like down. I think it's supposed to be on the way down. Yeah, that's almost correct. Interesting that there's a P door there with no P switch activation. There we go. So we'll go back there, because it's a P door. Moment. Alright, let's run it. Nope. Been off. Yeah, that's why you put the checkpoint in there, understandable. Okay. There we go. Actually much more comfortable for me to not look at markers and just to follow my own intuition for spacing. Yeah, we need to run it. Okay, there we go. adventure continues. Oh yeah, and we need to make it all the way back here. Yeah, I like it that you are given sufficient information ahead of time to understand that it's likely the door that's unaccounted for, so... Oh, whoops. Kind of decided on that at the last moment to try to hit block. Not the best idea. Anyway, checkpoint is right here, and then you do the platforming segment first, that's right. Okay. Let's do it. Whoa, didn't even see a ceiling there. Careful, I already have it. Grab it. A little bit slow here. Let's not dawdle too long. Well, we can try to run it as Small Mario, or something more sensible and not do that. Hang on, I'll catch up on the chat in just a moment. Okay, here we go. Wasn't quite certain that would be the solution. I mean, it's strongly implied, but wonder how people playing it blindly would react to it now. Let's. There we go. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, pretty satisfying. I didn't play it very well, but it's fun to work on it. Anyway, just to catch up on some of your messages, because I'm way behind on actually acknowledging the chat. Welcome back, Spencer. Okay. Sure, we mark that as a win. Yeah, we got nobody in the queue. It's empty, so if any of you would like to throw more in, please do so. Let's take a moment here to look over the chat and make sure I didn't miss anything badly. You wonder why there's only one electric enemy, if you mean the blue Mecha Gooba. And yeah, Awesome Lamp, we can absolutely go back to the Super World and continue where we left off. Make sure it's in the bots. Okay, let's continue. Bowser's Castle. Okay. Let's try to get a little more alert to our surroundings this time. Okay. Dangerous, but we can do it. And yeah. Yeah, Lord Pingu, looking forward to your other one as well. Let's get a little more sharp-eyed here. Yeah, the wall jump just kills you. You can do it without. There's be the intention to just jump over, but going into this blindly, doing the wall jump on the left was always going to be my first recourse. Sometimes that's a good idea, sometimes perhaps not so much. Okay, in good shape so far, and not in good shape. In restored shape. Okay, just doing everything really fast actually works out cleanly. I wouldn't call that really fast, it's reasonably fast, but scrolling continuously actually gives you a lot of lineups that seem to work pretty well by consensus. Okay. Nope. Minimum height on that bounce is too generous for what I want. Let's wait. This. Need to wait for a moment. Find the appropriate time. Yeah. I'm trying to read that pattern to see visually that would include anything, but okay, nope. Good idea. Okay. Yeah, rushing through that. Does everything line up? I don't usually close the queue around this time, but since we have so few submissions, I'll
Oh, no.
open for a bit longer. Probably not doing an especially long stream today, though. Let's see what's here, and we have enough to feed into some content, or not so much. Let's wait here for a moment. Okay, here we go. Oh, whoops.
Oh, no.
Slipping all over the place. Not very clever. Let's try it again. Yeah, skip. Nope, not quite.
Oh, no.
We made a mess of that. Yeah, I just got caught up by that. Smack in the middle. Okay, let's say reasonably sharp. I admit I have been playing a little exhausted today. Oops. It's the commentary being comparatively mellow as well. We'll try to make it work. Nope, once again, we've identified the problem so many times with failing to accommodate the blade reaching its end and immediately changing direction. Plenty of issues that with it recently, or... Whoop, nope, trying to go fast there, didn't quite work out. Okay, we can do better than this. It's okay, we'll just bust through all this. The invincibility frames still doing their job. What? Yeah, once again, just lots of accidental wall slides sometimes, but just lean too hard into the wall. And that's so many times at this point. Whoops. Let's not be too careless or we'll lose the checkpoint. Yeah. It's fine. Nope. Squeeze. Yeah. Alright, Bones Patrol is going to get out of my way. No accidental wall jumps, so we can avoid it. I tried to get kind of a medium height bounce there. I think we may have to use a wall jump or something to my advantage. Keep going. Nope. Missed the bounce on the block I was going for, but that's okay. It ended up putting me right back into formation. Uh-oh. Did I misjudge something like that? Probably just fatigue talking. Alright, let's try this again. Nope, once again, just trying to edge a little bit to the left to reposition myself, and then straight off we went. Wait. Oh. Spacing there. Not enough forward momentum either. We were just kind of stuck on a note block bouncing up and down and had no chance to build. Okay, let's try it again. Go. Okay. Let's see what we can decipher. Wow, just careening off the edge consistently. Exercise a little bit more careful with. Sign. Nope. Made some kind of bounce to get over that, but just not landing it. Well, we'll see. Okay, there we go. It was very satisfying to be able to do that with detecting a hit, but it doesn't seem to work quite so well for the speech immediately afterwards. Oh, wow.
No.
You shouldn't be doing too badly. So badly on this. Lots of room for little careless mistakes, though. Okay. No chance there once again. Okay. Yeah. Oh, nope.
Oh no.
I just go for something too early and then I just realized midair. Really shouldn't be having so much trouble with this. Fairly simple task here. Okay, try it again. Oh no, just got a back bounce. Once again, probably just pushed back by new releases. Okay, let's try it again. And that cat, hopefully it holds itself up. Wow, first time I've been here in ages. Best of it. Careful not to hold anything. Reserve as a positional clue. That cat, you can't type today. That's okay. I can't play today, so we're even. Okay. It is oddly hypnotic experience. We have to go over with a wall jump, I think. Right, there we go. Well, why on earth did that take me so long? It was not really an issue at all. Anyway, boss fight with Bowser Jr. Same idea, except need to make his shells. Oops. Nope, got dunked. That's okay. Understand what to do. Nope. Hey, you know what? Hit himself like that, I'll take it. Whoops.
Oh no.
Except, of course, we just got bullied in to the wall. 2 lives remaining. That's bad news, given that that would kick me all the way back out. Alright. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's be very careful. Nope.
Oh no.
Just needed to hold up into that landing, and that was the only thing I needed to do. Let's be extra careful now. Let's check for 1-ups in case there's any Nintendo-style placement. Okay. Let's let him hit himself. Where possible. Okay, that works too. Yeah, let's, not accidentally deflect a shell into myself. I'm glad Junior had the courtesy of taking care of himself. Okay, we took way too long on this one awesome lamp, but we got it. We will move on for now. But we can always just come back later for more. If there is a World 8, I believe there was, right? So. GG with 1 life left. Yeah, that was cutting it a little bit close there. Yeah, just lots of needless deaths all over the place. From having bad bounces off the note blocks mostly, or little mistakes of timing, accidental wall slides, that kind of thing. Anyway, World 8 will wait. Lord Pengu, if you're still here, continue with yours. Yeah, Junior in the clown car is really easy to deal with. Yeah, he is. Got a bit careless about being pushed, but he's not really too much of an issue. And given that he doesn't zone you out with projectiles like a lot of the Koopalings do. Just need to keep him nice and low and accessible. Anyway, the Mega Mines, this is a very fresh upload. Thank you for offering me first clear. Whether this is a temporary or final version or whatever it is, in any case, we'll make the best of it. Yeah, in the previous level, I think the grinder circles moving everywhere was also kind of hypnotic in a soporific way, like very sleep-inducing. Oh, no, wall jump. That was obviously supposed to be wall jump. We can do it. Forgot that this level existed. Well, it exists.
Oh no!
We are losing to it. Okay. Let's check this area here. We didn't actually look at it previously. I feel like this is probably still fine. We'll go for what we know and demonstrate everything we can. Whoa. Bad reaction time there. It's funny because my reaction time the first time was actually pretty decent. That existed even though you made the thing. Okay. Okay. I was trying to bend left there so we wouldn't hit the creeper, but unfortunately... Yeah, I guess that's why there's a down arrow there, just to encourage you to approach that a bit differently. Nope, need to fix the positioning. It's like a bit of a bonus segment or shortcut segment anyway, which is fine. I'd like to do it. Committed ourselves to this already anyway. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's why there's a down arrow there. You do need to reposition and... doing so... hopefully establish a more permanent schedule. Nope.
Oh no!
Like I was saying, this looked like an optional sequence, but I would like to do it, so that's the primary consideration here. Mr. Greggy's back, welcome. Pretty short queue today, so be able to get to you before too long.
Oh no!
And thank you for the follow. Okay. Keep going.
Oh no!
And Man of Steel, I actually do remember you. I was kind of wondering how you're going to introduce yourself today.
Oh no!
And now I know. Anyway, it's been a while. Okay, let's... yeah, once again, I think the ground pound might actually be necessary there. That otherwise you have a lot of momentum correction ahead of you. No. Let's try it again. Just one sticking point. The arrow's meant to be a ground pound. Yeah, I thought so, but given that you do need to kind of rethink momentum start. I think I can be a little bit avoided sometimes when it comes to whoops, ground pounds. Nope, one additional bounce should have done it there. Let's pay attention. But yeah, that the arrow was signaling a ground pound was actually reasonably obvious to me, which doesn't mean I was necessarily going to do it. Oh, missing the up height. That's classic. Actually, the ground pound there is pretty well spaced. Feels pretty good to execute. We just need to be aware of what we're doing for the rest of it. There we go. Finally. And yeah, that's a bit of a skip. By the looks of it. No. Oh, okay, we entered the same room. That's what happens when you have no spatial memory for where you were before. So I guess maybe the point here was to get the 50 coin, because then it might be just an optional objective. If I understand it correctly, we can try it again. Shouldn't take too long to recreate. There you go, once you got it, you got it. But yeah, it's just a 50 coin, and otherwise you're not actually making too much progress. What is this? Oh. Every red pipe. I know. Not positioned there, but we got the checkpoint. Really appreciate the power up on the checkpoint. I know that back in Maker 1 people had no choice, but Maker 2 for something more traditional oriented does make quite a lot of sense. Makes sense for theming that you go back a little. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Maybe wall jump off the pipe on the left side. Let's think about this. Oh, it can't be. Yeah, the ground pound actually does it. The ground pound gives you a full push. It's the best way to do it.
Oh no!
Builds up that long jump a little bit better. It should be long jump for sure, I think. Yeah, no, must be. That's okay. We've got a checkpoint here. We have the license to experiment a bit. The thing is, I don't really read indications well anyway, so I don't mind if there's a lack of an arrow. Some other players might. Oops, too far. Very good at estimating my long jumps. I feel like we need to pick a precise position. There we go. Okay. Why 10 coin down there? Oh, because there's a way to wall jump down there and grab that. Usually completionists put that sort of thing, but there are people waiting in queue today, so I'm too long on it. Oh, whoops, no. Adjustment jumps, bad idea. Go, much better. There's a cat suit there, okay. Oh. There we go. Whoa. Icicle drop is pretty satisfying there. And, well, straight over to flagpole. Definitely goes to show what my accuracy is like today. Thank you for that. Again, thank you for offering me first clear. With that, uploaded this recently. I don't know how exactly it is you forgot this level existed. It frankly hasn't existed for very long, at least in its current form. Did we bring in... well, first of all, let me make sure it's up to... Yeah, okay, let's mark that as a win. On to the next. It was a few months ago that you made a little icy, and you just got around to the upload done. Light art exhibition. The world is made of light and darkness. I do know who this maker is. Used to play a lot of what made, but kind of been out of touch with that list lately, so let's see how this looks. I actually had this level code and this level title, I think, somewhere deep in my notes as well as something to play. Yay. Beautiful beams of light here. Look at that. Some kind of overlap that's been done, perhaps. I am getting automatically push without input at this point, but it is supposed to be an auto level. Very atmospheric. You can totally recreate the James Bond opening, like the gun barrel opening sequence, with this kind of effect. That would be really fancy, actually, if somebody could do it. Sound effects are a very nice touch. The belly of the beast. He's all smiles. And then we're gonna have the disco. Okay. Yeah, interesting effect with those columns. Anyway, very peaceful ending apparently. Love that overlay of the flowers. Beautiful effect. Yeah, uses something with a light limit. I'm not exactly sure how the background is put together. I guess we are supposed to just go right at this point. Then we do. Oh, we've got another part. And Bubble's going to draw triangles for me. It's the Illuminati controls it or something. I mean, I think it's realistically mostly abstract. But... Okay. And... Ah! Okay, drops me on the goal. That's for me. Yeah, lovely little THX at the end, too. I don't know how it's made. I have to look into this. I was looking into some of the light limit mechanics a little while ago, but didn't really get too many experiments done with them. Mr. Greggy Spike. I don't know that it would be a Metroid level in that cat because we've played all of Greggy Spike's Metroid levels in the past. We've lately been doing some of these Sonic style ones. So yeah, Greggy Spike, let me know if you have a particular station. We've got some boss rushes. Yoshi. I had played an early version of this. I guess this is redone. Not surprised to see Barnstorm on record. So yeah, Greggy Spike, let me know if you're into chat what you would prefer. And if we don't hear from Greggy Spike, AFK will either pick something or just hold him for a moment. You can always do boss rush, perhaps. Yoshi Rush, 30 seconds. Yeah, that's another self-made attempt at the world record level. Oh yeah, this one I never finished, but a little beyond me. Comes to some of the advanced flight mechanics. Okay, we're just gonna pick one thing. I don't actually see Greggy Spike here, but since there's nobody in queue, we can afford to be a bit flexible. One pixel trick. Pixel could it be? And yeah, Lord Pengu, you're quite welcome to add more. It's a good opportunity to catch up on the people who are in fact here. Okay. Whoop. That works. Yeah, because a single stump leads the stump to drop, which... whoops, let's get out of here first. We can probably go back. Yeah, we can just run it. I don't know why I was hesitating there. It's pretty obviously the solution. Whoa, time's up. Okay, I didn't even think about a time limit. Didn't even look at the clock. 30 seconds, okay. So we do need to be fast. You're saying you have an Oli that's sort of bad? That's okay. I don't mind. It's there, somebody may as well play it. Whoop. Yeah, might need to let the chomps do their first move first. Because the chomps are a problem. Interestingly enough, just deal enough damage for the first hit. Problem solves itself. Whoops. Except, of course, we're going to lose the chomp anyway. Okay. Whoa, that was close, and then, yeah, I nearly stepped on the burner, and then I did step on a chomp, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, a bit of an awkward position for me to be in here. But we got some of it. Oops. Just made a bit of a muddle there when we were making a crossing. Yeah, awesome lamp. Very happy to thank you in at the end there for some more. World 8. Not exactly exhibiting good play today, but we'll make do with what we have. Yeah, it got kind of trapped again with the damage frames and all the blinking and these huge enemy sprites everywhere. Let's try to do a better Olympic strike here on shoulders. Okay. Alright, got it. 5 boom booms taken care of. Then we just Bowser. That's a win. Okay. 11-second record on this. That's an 8. Oh, you... Sledge Row Ambush. Upload from back in 2020, but you made a few updates on this course to make a little bit more sense. Seems like those updates have stuck. You're pretty sure the first wave is hard? Well, we'll determine that for ourselves. Always. Reached a goal after defeating all 10. So we just need to avoid stun locks mostly. Probably. Oh, okay.
Oh no!
I see what you mean. Death markers galore. Probably do need to take out the hammers just for
Oh no!
safety and just so we can actually get an approach in. Nope.
Oh no!
Find a good positioning for the approach. Okay, let's go low.
Oh
Haven't
no!
really landed a single hit here yet. They really do gang up on you. Nope.
Oh no!
Said no approach there whatsoever. Nope.
Oh no!
Just sneak under that first hammer from the upper sledge. Nope. Trying to sneak under. Was not quite the spacing I wanted. There we go. Okay, that works too. Nope. Back out here. They're back to their original configuration.
Oh no!
They really do control their own position quite well. Excellent defensive play on the part of Team Hammers, but
Oh no!
unfortunately for us, that creates a couple of obstructions here. Okay, oh, that was a great hit. That was also a great hit. That was, once again, just zoned out. Inched by the hammers on either side. I think we kind of have a method for the initial approach to the left, though. Okay, there we go. Yeah, having them both on the high ground, not a great idea. Let's back up. You never know that hammer throws more hammers than the sledge. Yeah, it does. Okay. Oh. Well, we got a lot to do here, especially if we die in some of the later waves as well. Okay, and of course he chooses that moment to go down. I don't have a good angle on him here, unfortunately. Here we go. Way too long. But we got it. Nope. We do have the key. Do we need to kill them all? Yes, we do, for clear conditions, so. Definitely appreciate the little power up here, especially because we need to deal with these guys with wings,
Oh
which
no!
is a bit of an escalation of power on either side. All these beings that can take 2 hits,
Oh no!
including myself. I have mushroom. Okay, good bounce there. Bad bounce there. Alright, that works. Let's back up. 1 hammer and 1 sledge can be harder than all the bosses. Oh yeah. Don't know if you remember, but in very early Maker 2, somebody uploaded this joke level, I think. It was over Lappa and was called It's Over, Anakin. It was literally just 1 hammer who controls the high ground over the goal axe. And it was absolutely deadly. At a very low clear rate, especially because it did attract a bit of a casual crowd as well. I don't know if it's still up or if it was a deleted level, but just remember that specifically about early Maker 2. No, a bit low. That's okay, we got it. Yeah, thank you for that, Lord Pengu. Yeah, pretty quiet crowd today, so I'm glad we're giving those of you here lots and lots of attention. Let's take a look at World 8. Greggy Spike, yeah, Greggy Spike, you're welcome to submit again. I actually did play one of your levels quickly. I played that boss rush one. That was just below the Sonic levels. But you're welcome to submit another one too, and you can always go back to look at the VOD for the one that I did play. I feel like hammers in 3D World are nicer than the other game styles. Yeah, I mean, they were just an absolute terror back in SMP1. Easily the deadliest thing in it in SMP1, I'm pretty sure. Okay, World 8, here we go. 4 lives. We got lots of mushroom huts here, but with only 4 lives in the bank, I don't think I'll bother. If we take the game over, we'll take the game over. Gateway to the Starry Sky. Hey, look at that. It's the... what's the toad ship called? Starshroom. Starshroom. What it is. And you can even go inside. Oh, you can go inside because you can jump out. And here's a Mario Galaxy inspired level. In very early Maker 2, one of the first levels I made was also SMP1, trying to kind of emulate these aesthetics of Mario Galaxy in terms of hopping planet toys and so. I'm surprised it's not something that is more popularly done. Because I've seen very few levels actually do a Galaxy tribute in this manner, and as thoroughly as you've done with the one here. Especially with the launch stars and everything. It's actually a much better take on the concept than what I did back in 19. Yeah, because it's very thorough about just giving you tons of planetoid variety and you from obstacle to obstacle, like in the original game. Which I've actually been revisiting casually lately. playing a little bit of Galaxy on and off in the All-Stars collection every now and then. John Paul O'Keefe, welcome. And yeah, Lord Pengu, looking forward to Destroyed Submarine. We've got moles galore. And we got Wrenched. Yeah, Galaxy's Marvelous made a huge impact on me when it first came out. Thanks for the submission, John Paul O'Keefe. Probably be closing queue relatively soon. I usually close much earlier than this, but we've had a pretty quiet list today. So, leaving it open and nice and flexible. Look at this rocket ship. But yeah, this is one of the more thorough Galaxy tributes I've seen. Whoops. And I'm glad, of course, that Launch Star just continues working due to the Blue Skull being reloaded. That track. But yeah, it was the exact same thing that I attempted on a much smaller and less ambitious scale. To just create these planetoids and have the blue spike tops wander around them, because they're a natural choice if you want to emulate look and feel of Galaxy. Let's be a bit more careful about wrenches though. 2 lives remaining. Okay. Yeah, nice take on the Launch Star as well. Within the pixel art constraints you have on the scale, that actually does come off pretty clearly. I feel like I could have probably used a sound effect, but Launch Stars being what they are. Maybe there was a series of sound effects at the jailbreak, but I just don't remember. Played that level earlier. Okay. Nope. I nearly had it. Now we've been zoned out again. Wow. Ran right into it. You always forget to use the sound effects. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that not only is it in the final polish phase, but it's very easy to just accidentally delete your sounds making final revisions. So it's very easy to just tell yourself, I'll worry about it once we're absolutely confident about the finality of all the object placements. And it just doesn't happen. Love this little icicle planetoid, by the way. Whoa. In spite of what we just did to it. It's okay, we didn't have a checkpoint, we'll just start over. And this one again, it's a fun one. Shockmaster Michael, how much longer do I plan on streaming? I usually go up to about the 4-hour mark. It depends on my queue sometimes. I usually don't leave my queue open this long, but we had a pretty quiet day, and I will likely be closing soon. But Shockmaster Michael, if you want to add a level, I always try to play through everybody who submits before I close the queue formally. So sometimes it can take the stream pretty long, but if you want to get a submission in, now would be a good time, because I'll probably be closing pretty soon. We'll be on probably for over another hour. But my general rule of thumb with viewer levels is as long as it takes to give everyone in the queue a fair shot. Which sometimes means clearing and sometimes doesn't. Make sure we have a chance to let the makers look good. Oh, yeah, you're just asking to fall asleep to a Mario stream? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, there were moments earlier in the stream when I felt like I was going to fall asleep to a Mario stream. Not because the levels were boring, but because I'm personally just a little... Wow, what a landing. I'm actually feeling much more alert now, but there was a level earlier that had this very hypnotic pattern to it of these oscillating circles everywhere. And it was definitely having a negative effect on my ability to play. Even though the design itself was quite nice. It's not the level's fault by any means. I think I'm kind of out of that zone now where I'm playing through fatigue, which is good. Because I was a little bit worried there for a moment. Since you don't see me on camera, usually the clue that I'm starting to drift a little bit on stream is if I just suddenly blurt out something completely nonsensical. Which I don't think I've done this stream, but there are definitely moments that I've had in the past on the stream where I suddenly think to myself, wow, did I just say that aloud? Because it might just be some completely unrelated thought that was on my mind at a time, and my inhibitions had just been released. And that's usually my sign that, yeah, I'm starting to drift a little bit. Man of Steel, can you have mod? Well, it's a fairly involved interview process. Yeah, one came out, it's making you think of Perfect Run. Well, it's probably just because of the Gusty Garden music, which understandably has been reused outside of Galaxy since for some of the other finale challenges, like Champions Road and 3D World. And I love how... Oh, look, it's the Odyssey. Speaking of switching between Mario games. Oh, the Odyssey. Beautiful, look at that, and it must be a transition to the next level or something. Loving the World 8 concept so far. Yeah, we got through that fairly quickly. So for those who just came in and don't know, when I do Super Worlds as submissions, I do try to do a couple of levels at a time in chunks within, say, the first 15 minutes or so. So we'll probably do at least one more from Awesome Lamp before we move on. Oh, look at that. Yeah, so we'll probably do one more, and then we'll go on with the queue. Yeah, Shockmaster Michael, you were saying you got a second win, but then you're trying to unwind. I love the inherent in that, which works a lot better when you're not saying it out loud. Yeah. I mean, Natcat, you were already in our co-op multiplayer party a couple of streams ago, and I feel like that already gives you significant credit in lieu of any kind of interview process. You don't need to do the exam. The director's test to make sure you can adjudicate edge cases as an arbiter. No. Shockmaster Michael, wish you could have found me earlier. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for kind of a sleepy stream or something. I do tend to run for North Americans very nocturnal hours, and for people in the EU a bit of a breakfast show. Mostly because this is the only time of day I get to play video games anymore. Most days. And yeah, I'm glad it's a good fit for what you're looking for from Twitch. Can I go down this pipe? Needed to check. This has some similarity to some of the late world levels in NSMB Wii. Call there. NSMB Wii has a final world that has meteors everywhere. I'm trying to remember if NSMB U did something similar. Yeah, this is very NSMB Wii. It's got the Bowser chase and everything. It's missing this propeller hat. Some of you are saying the final boss is a Goomba or a Fishbone. Well, we'll find out. I feel like we're going to find out the final bosses myself. You work on the ambulance and your hours all over the place. Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully you're not on call at this hour. Oh. Okay, I completely forgot about the Bowser collision rules in SMBU, or I probably wouldn't have let him back me into a corner like that. It would have been nice if he broke that with fire, rather than by smashing into it like that. But yeah, we will close queue at the end of this level, probably. But let's see how it goes. Because I'm feeling much more willing to continue playing than I was, say, an hour ago, when my performance was definitely flagging. Okay, man, you've been following for nearly 3 years. Wow, that's right. I can't believe I've been streaming that long. I did take a very long absence in that, though. I remember that I kind of was completely offline for a number of reasons from late 2020 to mid 2021, so it was a big period when I wasn't streaming, so you know, it's a big sign of dedication to still have some viewers from the first era of the stream, in the time before the hiatus. I still don't know why there's no volcano world. Oops. Hang on, Bowser's routing me here. Unfortunately, we're bunched up against the auto scroll. Volcano level theme. Yeah. As far as themes go, oh, there was something up top. I think it was maybe a switching mechanism. We're in trouble here. We kind of got crowded out by the auto scroll in both directions. You've got a dad joke before it goes away. Yeah, we've got plenty of those. That's why. How do you make 7 even? You take away the S. Yes, you do. Or, you know, you just add 1. If you take away the S, then S... then you know that S is a variable that designates a value that is odd as well. That is what you know about S. Yeah, a little finicky to do a Bowser chase. I've seen a number of levels try to do this kind of Bowser chase before, and he is very difficult. They really have to account for a lot of behaviors that could get the player into sticky situations. Especially with the collision that you have to deal with as well. Surprisingly hard to make a good chase sequence work in this game without breaking stuff. Just because the RNG from the fire is what it is. No, Shockmaster Michael, I know what you meant by the joke, that you subtract the letter S from the word 7. I completely get that. We try to overcomplicate things around here, though. That's the nature of this broadcast. One command you probably noticed already, but we do actually have a follow age command. People were asking me to put one in for so long, and I did eventually implement one earlier this year. Okay, so we have a scroll break here.
Oh no!
I think this idea here has a few implementation issues where I feel like it's too easy to get into an unwinnable situation. And I know it partly because I understand a design consideration here that you have a slow auto-scroll going on because you want to guarantee that Bowser remains on screen and can't be outpaced. But because so much is dependent on Bowser breaking things, very much like the kind of NSMB era of Bowser chases in the official games. Yeah, look at that collision. That's looking like crazy. Yeah, you get into situations like this where I can't actually get around him, and the official games from Nintendo try to make these sequences work, not only because they have a lot more customization on the camera control and their AI and positioning, but also because these finales usually tended to involve flight power-ups, or other elements that would give you a little more coverage vertically instead of just dealing with platforms. I kind of think there needed to be something, not necessarily power-ups, but even just platforming elements that would allow you to kind of move up and down in the layout. The issue isn't so much escaping Bowser, the issue is that Bowser is just so tall that it's very easy to get into a position where you can't actually get over or around him. And I think it wouldn't be an issue if it weren't for this bit here where he sometimes doesn't break the wall with fire, but leaps towards you and squeezes you instead. In that sense, kind of forces you to his left. Which... Yeah, Lord Pengu, people ask me sometimes what my biggest requests for a future Mario Maker 3 in some future console generation would be. From a mechanical standpoint, I wish there were a lot more interactions with scroll break that did not just come down to hard blocks. You know, that if you could have more direct interactions with scroll breaks using P-switch activations or melting ice or on-off switches that didn't require complicated bomb mechanisms or other things like that. Like if you could have just different ways of interacting with the scroll, I think that would be a substantial development. Yeah. Oops. Okay, push me through. Come on, push me. There we go. Don't push me that hard. Whoop. Look at that, right on the axe. Right on the axe. If I'd just gone a little bit lower, I think I could have made it. Yeah, there's a lot that you can do in level design to try to manage and mitigate the effects of RNG. But it's definitely hard to do, I think, from the maker's perspective. I've seen some levels really use the RNG inherent in Mario Maker very, very well. So I don't tend to write things off just because there's a bit of an element of randomness somewhere. It's possible to design around it and give the player options. I feel like it's too easy in this level to get into a situation where I don't have options. And that, you know, if Bowser's moveset is going to cause problems, I do need more contingencies than I've been given to get myself out of a sticky situation. And I think I despawned him anyway, look at this. Because I got him stuck now. And I think that means I will get stuck. I think I actually broke this. Because he got stuck behind a wall that he failed to break. And then now I am locked. So... yeah, so long, Bowser. He didn't die, he just decided to mill around on his own planet. It's not even so much an RNG issue by itself, it's more that fundamentally things like chases that depend on things breaking are really hard to do if that is the thing that depends on the RNG. Like, I feel like there needs to be some kind of contingency, like... So a better way to do it would not be to have the scroll break be dependent on Bowser Fire, but to have Bowser chase you with fire like he's doing now, but have some kind of very active mechanism. Oh, look at that. He just kind of did a butt slide into that. Like, if Mario had the opportunity to be hitting switches or activating seesaws or doing something that would actively try to break the scroll to stay ahead of Bowser, while having a consistent auto-scroll speed, I think that works significantly better. Particularly if you create mechanisms that would eliminate entire columns, such that Bowser doesn't get stuck in his own right. So yeah, I think this one definitely needs a rework. But if you are looking at reworking it, I think that's the way I would approach it, is that... I mean, I know it's cool to have Bowser Fire do its job, but I think it's important that Mario is the one who is actively breaking scrolls under time pressure. And that not only eliminates RNG deaths, or at least mitigates them significantly, but would also allow you to create different ways to prevent Bowser being locked behind a wall or being outpaced by the scroll. Because this wall is probably the biggest problem of them all. Yeah, you can have small platforms, you can have them get in really close, but I think basically Mario needs more to do here than just run away and pray for fire to go to the right place. And yeah, John Paul O'Keefe, it's possible to have some things like track mechanisms as well that would basically make each room kind of its own progressive survival timer, for instance, so that you would have some kind of contingency that breaks walls for you even if Bowser is unable to do it himself. I don't think you can solely rely on Bowser Fire to do the scroll break. I think that's going to lead to too many problems no matter what you do. I've seen a lot of people try it before, and I don't think it works successfully if Bowser's doing 100% of the work. I don't think I've seen a way to make that happen in a way that will behave very reliably. That's just something to consider. But yeah, if you're going to rework this, definitely give those possibilities some thought. That, like, if there's an issue here, I think it's the sole dependency on the Bowser Fire to break the scroll. That's the core of the problem with this. So, anyway, let's move on. Yeah, no, and I absolutely understand that the intention is to recreate the feeling of something like the rather famous NSMB Wii finale, which is still the best Bowser finale there is, in some ways. At least in the 2D series.
Oh no!
Yeah, totally getting crowded here. For the time being, you would try to guide the Bowser Fires to the walls ahead of time to minimize the time spent waiting. And Lord Pingu does a good point that if you use Small Bowser for chases, then at least you can actually get over him, right? Without assistance from wall jumps and the like. Because the issue here is that if you end up on Bowser's left side, you have nothing to wall jump against, and you can't actually get over him. So that's another situation where you're just kind of formally stuck, right? You can try to sneak under it, but you have to wait for him to do the jump. And even then, the collision creates potential issues. And that's true, the Small Bowser won't break the walls, yeah. But like I'm saying, maybe Bowser shouldn't be the one to break the walls in the first place, or at least he shouldn't be the only option. But yeah, this one needs a rethink. And that's okay. Like, that happens. Sometimes it's just not obvious until you see a playthrough that really kind of exposes things that don't go well. We'll try to lead his fire up a little bit.
No.
Let's see. That's okay. Right. Yeah, I was thinking I need to lead Bowser's targeting as well. That's also what Awesome Lamp had suggested as a bit of a placeholder just to get things to behave. Nope. Hang on. Yeah. At least I'm small, that means I can slip through one tile slots. Necessary. Anyway, we'll wait. Yeah, Shelmet, I mean, with a Shelmet you could get yourself out of trouble with the fire, and you could also bump Bowser from below, but the issue is that you might get into a situation where you also remove anything that could destroy the wall. A lot of different considerations here. I kind of like the idea of being able to bump Bowser over your head, though. What? Shoot me. Oh no, now we have issues. Okay, we have a problem. Yeah, once again. Just got stuffed against that wall. It's okay, we're almost at the end of the Super World, so I do want to beat this one. We will stop after this one, though, and move on to the next submission. Speaking of which, let me check the state of the queue. I think it might be wise for me to close now, so we make sure we get through everybody else. Ricky Spike, O'Keefe. Okay, this will be last call, so at the end of this attempt, I will close queue. Oh no, that was not great. Let's see. That's okay, we made it. Yeah, we're gonna get crowded here again. Don't even have a wall jump yet. Oh. And yeah, one came in, like I was saying, when you see Bowser chases in the actual NSMB games, there is a reason why flight power-ups tend to play a pretty big role in them. Because you do need pretty decent vertical coverage. It doesn't necessarily need to be from power-up, but I feel like just being able to get over Bowser is something I should be able to do, especially because his jump doesn't give me that much clearance relative to how it behaves in actual NSMB. Like in the actual NSMB games, his jump gives me a lot more room to sneak under. It's a nice high jump. That is designed in his boss fights to let you through. It's not so much the case here. Oh yeah, I said I would close queue at the end of that attempt, and I will do so. Also, if I hit game over and I lose checkpoint, I will probably bail on this one for now. Just so you know, because we're going to be condemning ourselves to bashing against it anyway. Let's try to give it a go, though, because we did obviously clear one of the previous castles with 1 life remaining as well. So anyway, we're closing queue. We will get through the remaining submissions for sure. So please stay if you did submit, if you can. I'll just update my bot and stream title accordingly. Do let me know how the production has been today, by the way. I've been trying to make sure we have a more permanent fix for the pervasive sound problems I have here, especially, so things sound good, and if they're in sync with the video and it's fine, do let me know. We've been trying to deal with this for some time. But I think we're in good shape today. Or have been so far. Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah, he's gonna crowd me. I should have led the target here. And exactly, one came in. That's precisely what the issue is that in the NSMB Bowser sequences, Bowser's behavior is specifically designed and tweaked to behave properly. Right? Because, you know, it's not like they just have a pre-built General Bowser around that they could just plop into the level and have it work. No, he was programmed specifically to behave in a certain way, and for quality control purposes, to take care of various edge cases that can happen. And that's not the case here when you're just dropping Bowser into the level, and so... So I think the kind of NSMB style chase sequence is really difficult to replicate faithfully, and that you kind of have to make some compromises to make it function. Is there a hidden one up to the right of the pipe? I hadn't considered that. I usually would consider something like that, so... Those. Let's let that fireball hit something, hopefully. No, it's off screen. Just try to remain elevated so he can send fireballs in the general direction of something that needs to be broken. Okay, this will break. Good. Nope. Able to sneak under. Okay, I want him to kind of get stuck behind there for a moment so he doesn't crowd me so aggressively. He's going to crowd me aggressively. He's going to crowd me really aggressively like that. Okay, last attempt. Yeah, no, I checked this location earlier, actually. I know what you mean. The typical Nintendo-style placement before the boss room. There are some makers who actually do that very reliably, in fact, when they try to do traditional levels. Like, I will check the Nintendo location, and it will just have something there waiting for me, which is always extremely satisfying, because it means that maker and I are on the same wavelength, design-wise. It's always really satisfying when you check a location thinking, this is where Nintendo would put a one-up, and it's just there. For traditional levels especially. Yeah, you enjoy having hidden one-ups in your levels, yeah.
Oh no!
I know they don't really matter necessarily, but I think optional content is a much bigger part of the traditional school of design than people give it credit for, so... Okay, we'll have to bash our head against this some other time, Awesome Lamp, to make it to the end, and let's quit this for now. We might even have to outright skip it if we can't make it happen, but we'll give it a fair shot next time and hopefully push through the Super World accordingly. We were one square away from the X on the best attempt. Just jumped a little too high and got smushed by Bowser. That location. We were so close to doing this. Yeah, since it's the final level, you think you'll rework it now and re-upload it. Let's see. Let's look at your list. Spoil myself a little bit. Okay. Things were not actually uploaded in original order, so... Right, because we just have a last one. Yeah, if you're reworking it anyway, I guess, you know, getting the clear on the Super World and the end credit sequence really doesn't matter. Anyway, thanks for that. I found the Galaxy level was quite nice. I think it's one of the strongest ones in the set so far. Really appreciated seeing that one, at the very least. Just to catch up on the chat a little bit while we bring in the next level from Greggy Spike, who just speak up within the last few minutes. One came in after your Dust Bowl Team Fortress 2 level, you try not to use right-facing Bowser at all because he's incredibly aggressive. Yeah, he just chases you down. Hunts you down and destroys you. Okay, so it's going to be Greggy Spike, Lord Pengu, and John Paul O'Keefe, and that will be what we do today. So yeah, Greggy Spike, when you stepped out to AFK for a bit earlier, we did do Boss Rush. That was pretty satisfying. We can just keep going down and listen to Yoshi Rush. I will probably not do the complete Metroid one today. I know I did the original version of this one. But we'll probably want a longer session for that at some point. So we can do Yoshi Rush if we're just going down the list, unless you have a specific recommendation. If we clear it quickly, as with some of your Sonic levels and Ninja style levels generally, we can try to push the speed record a bit. That sounds good. We'll just do it. Red Yoshi or Green Yoshi. Get world record. World record is 13 seconds, so that squeezes it down pretty considerably. Let's take a look. Alright. Let's... Oh! I think we didn't bop him before we got an egg. Reminds me, of course, of Special World number 4, I think. Okay, we didn't even check the door. I guess we... Wow, this actually takes you quite far. Whoops. Yeah, actually, if I had managed to stomp up top, I dropped fire over there, and then... Oops. There is definitely a fire Yoshi path that takes you up top and then drops you into the goal. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Get a nice, solid hit on Lakitu and Hijack the Cloud early on. That's probably the way to do it. To do it quickly. Yeah, because I guess standard path sort of expects you to just take a P-switch and then come back through the door and then push your way through, but I feel like this is going to be... Oh, no. If we did a nice efficient shot with Red Yoshi, we could have done what we did in that previous attempt and get stomps on the blue spike tops on our way over, which would then elevate Red Yoshi all the way up. Okay, good. Oh, no. We had a really good series of stomps before, practically by accident. Notice that there is a formal 30-second time limit. The title said so, after all. We are going to attempt things this way. Instead of waiting for Green Yoshi to come out. Whoops. We might as well take a look and see what's here. Yeah, I guess Yoshi was probably supposed to devour a P-switch. No, either Yoshi can jump up to call him. That's how it's supposed to work. Do things the fancy way. Yeah, you can jump up to ceiling and then continue here. Oh, whoops, missed. Just one moment, just needed to fix something here. There we go. Totally lost the cloud. That's okay, we'll try the other Yoshi path. I'm supposed to grab the P-switch from this side, then you spit, then you can go this way, or you can go through the door to go up. Oh, the door just takes you through to this section here. Ah, and the P-switch actually gets you all the way over to where Red Yoshi can drop that. So actually, one way to do it. Although this will take more than 30 seconds, I'm sure it is too. Get Yoshi. No, he flew away. Because... That's okay, we'll continue. Then... Yeah, you can do a big fall with Yoshi and then jump out and get a goal, but we're not going to do it that way. You like Roy's interactions with conveyors? I like Roy's interactions generally, I think. I mean, the thing about Roy is that along with Lemmy, they're just kind of totally unique in terms of their behaviors in this game, right? Nope. That's okay. We can do it this way. It would have been nice to take the fire path up top. I don't know if it's actually faster than doing it with the fall. I actually feel like doing it with the big fall down low is better. We'll try a few more attempts to try to squeeze the time, just to see what we can do with it. I feel like waiting for the egg is probably never going to be quite right as a speed solution, but... Yeah, you can take the door through here, but I don't know why you would want to do that right away when... Okay. Yeah. And then a little bit off. And that would have been behind my original time anyway. Spend a little more time on this one. Try to see how well we can do. I need significantly better shots here, of course. And yeah, we can jump out to top. But we need to land properly, obviously, on successive spike tops. Yeah, you don't need to shoot so many volleys of ice when... of fire against the ice, rather, when you can jump out of the ceiling. Which is what I did the first time, which is why we did that efficient... Oh, no, ground tile, never mind. I soft locked myself. I totally locked myself. Yeah, I got complacent about that because I thought the ceiling actually was my ticket out of there, and I didn't notice the ground blocks that turned that into a lock. Yeah, Greggy Spike is a fun one. It's too bad about that lock. I feel like there are a lot of possibilities here where it's not immediately clear what is going to be fastest, which means it encourages a certain amount of experimentation. I think the drop at the end is maybe a little bit blind the first time you see it, but that's the only thing. But when we cleared it, it was a pretty clean attempt. So. But yeah, for a level that's within a 30-second limit, it actually does encourage quite a bit of experimentation. Still not clear on why the door that takes you forward a little bit would be efficient. Oh, have we killed something? Yeah, we killed the spike tops, unfortunately. That'd be great. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we needed to jump out of that to jump to the second spike top. More fun to have a roof of conveyors in Roy fights since he always moves a little with it. Yeah, and then he just kind of... repositions himself accordingly. I haven't played much with that, actually, in spite of having... Like, it's been a long time since I've actually uploaded something. I last uploaded something about a year ago, but that was a level that did feature Roy, and so I spent some time trying to experiment with a lot of his mechanics. Yeah, that's one thing I wish I'd kind of played with at the time, actually. Although I would have been completely at my parts limit at that point, I wouldn't really have had room for a conveyor. But I feel like that is something that has a potential to it. Okay, we got down to 19 seconds, but we didn't actually manage to get up to the top. And I'm, once again, not convinced that the top is actually faster than just doing the fall on the bottom. I think we actually did have the better path, and there's definitely room to squeeze some additional seconds out of that, but I'm pretty happy with that. Improvement on a time. So yeah, nowhere near the world record, but we almost got down to the maker time, which is interesting. The thing I can't figure out is why you would want to use the door with the P. I guess it would save you a little bit of time instead of running through the P blocks, but then you're going backwards slightly and then you're going forward. Yeah, maybe. I guess the idea would be that if you take Red Yoshi and then you drop down and hit the P with Red Yoshi, perhaps. I don't think that's a savings either. But there are a lot of different possibilities and kind of like that. And if you look at this here, there's very clearly a drop over some big coins at the end if you take the ice passage up top instead of taking the big fall. So anyway, thank you for that, Greggy Spike. Lord Pengu. Jean-Paul Lakeith, you played it recently. Anyway, Mr. Pengu. Destroyed submarine, also a level from 2020. A submarine that's been damaged due to a powerful attack. Destroying it. Okay, let's take a look. Jean-Paul Lakeith, I played it recently. Do you mean the Greggy Spike level we just featured, or? I lost track of the thread of conversation here for a moment. Okay. And yeah. Yeah, I'm quite fond of Greggy's Metroid levels. I've featured him pretty heavily in the past, as he knows. So, at some point I should do that revision or remaster of the Metroid 2 one that we saw on the list. Come on, there we go. Sure, we'll grab this. Oops, and only to completely miss. Okay, there we go. Up top. Won't give me anything, but we'll check the pipes anyhow. These are just supposed to be trees. Pretty sure. Always interesting to see what people do with this game aesthetically, even that in some ways it is much less flexible than Mario Maker 1. When it comes to what you can do with mix and match visual design. But despite the addition of all the new themes in this game, just the strictness of some of the things like placement rules and overlapping rules and such. Bit of a hindrance. Likewise with the loss of the amiibo costumes and such, but despite that, I think that's what makes it impressive when people do manage to squeeze a lot of mileage out of Maker 2 when it comes to creating settings, traditional settings in particular. And yeah, Jean-Paul Lakeith, I was one of the people for whom the gamepad made a lot of sense conceptually. I mean, there are obvious issues with having a controller be that expensive and that potentially, not fragile, but, you know, potentially subject to damage. And it's not very portable either, but I was definitely thinking before the Nintendo Switch was ever announced that I had my fingers crossed that, you know, no matter what Nintendo's next console was, I thought to myself during the Wii U era, I sure hope it has some kind of off-TV play or off-TV mode, because I played the Wii U a lot more than I would have otherwise, entirely because I didn't necessarily need a monitor available. That was partly just because of my setup and my living situation at the time. But, and then of course the Switch came along and it was very much of a fulfillment of that concept in every way except the loss of the dual screens. We're supposed to hit the on-off a few times, aren't we, until we... Yeah, I think we're supposed to spin jump towards it a few times. Probably not supposed to break this stuff. Nope, not breakable. Yeah, there's a lot I miss about the second screen on both Wii U and the DS, 3DS line. But you can tell that, you know, Splatoon and Mario Maker and such, they were very specifically designed for the gamepad. And in fact, there are a lot of things even about Breath of the Wild, like the entire kind of embodiment of the Sheikah slate. It feels like you can get into it. Oh, no, you just kill it and then you get a key, okay. I was thinking, can you get into an unwinnable state here? Oh, you can. This gives you the key. That works. But yeah, there's a lot about Breath of the Wild, for instance, that you can tell was designed with the gamepad in mind, and they kind of had to work the gamepad out of it. Belatedly. I think that's just an aesthetic pipe at the end, but obviously I'll try to get over there. I need triple jump or something to do it. There we go. Let's see. It is a secret. Excellent. Excellent. That's what I like to see. Okay. And we got 78 seconds, and I don't care. We'll get all the coins. Yeah, I went back to the Wii U in a big way earlier this year to catch up on a lot of Maker 1 that I'd missed. In fact, I was doing a lot of Maker 1 streaming from about January to March. And I keep meaning to go back for more, actually. I want to do a lot more Maker 1 on stream. Because there's actually so much Maker 1 content that I missed out on originally. Because I kind of took a couple years off and then I caught up on Maker 1 right near the end of it, before Maker 2 was announced. And so I missed out on a lot by makers that I'm better connected with now and were very serious about the game. Yeah, thank you for that, Pengu. That was nice cozy level, very appealing. We're submarine though. And yeah, the thing about going back to Maker 1 is that in ways that we wouldn't have known at the time, it actually feels so different from Maker 2. Not only for mechanical reasons, but also just kind of cultural reasons. In terms of what was popular then, how people thought about level design, what kinds of makers were active in the community, etc. It feels completely different in a way that we could not have imagined back when people thought Maker 2 would just be an expanded continuation. It's not that at all. They are two very different scenes. Yeah, I didn't know how to do spring jumps back then anyway, so I know they were easier, but, you know, in terms of dropping them under yourself. But it's not like I ever did Kaizo back then. I didn't learn how to do even basic Kaizo stuff like shell jumps until Maker 2. Yeah, one came in. I think that's actually a good way of putting it. That, like, a lot of Maker 2 is very polished mechanically, in that people have developed a very strong idea of how to make specific genres work. So, you know, the Jamp people know how to make a Jamp level, the Precision people, if you're into that kind of thing, which I'm not, know how to make a Precision level. Like, the puzzle people have one-screen puzzles down to a science, etc. But everything seems relatively codified, and it's also very difficult in Maker 2 to make something that's visually memorable when things tend to be very focused around the platforming mechanics in many ways. Maker 1 was a lot more thematically driven, and I think a lot of the people who had a very thematically minded approach to level design when it came to aesthetics or creating a sense of place or telling a story or doing things like that, I think a lot of them were alienated by Maker 2, and you can really tell that a lot of that style of making has fallen out of fashion. That would be my partial answer. Anyway, Jumbo Keith, let me know if you have a specific thing that you would prefer I look at, if you have a level that you would like to see. I don't know if you said that already, but let me know if you have a specific recommendation. I don't think I've played anything here, so. Yeah, do let me know if you have a preference. You're the last one in the queue, so I don't mind spending some time. Hopefully I'm able to stay all the way. Otherwise, we'll probably just start with something recent. Maybe even start it at the top. Spring lava level. Yeah, so let me know if you have a preference, and I will add a bit. One command, the difference between Maker 1 me and Maker 2 me. Yeah, I think a lot of people do feel that way. I mean, I certainly feel that way. I would not show anyone my Maker 1 stuff. And I don't think much of it was even salvageable into decent levels of Maker. Cannon level, okay. Cannon level, let's take a look. Cannons in the sky, is this the one? Let me know if this is what you want. Yeah, 0.91, that's probably a good way to finish. Good difficulty for finishing. Full jumps work well. Enjoy. Yeah, one came in with things like music tech in particular. There's obviously a lot. Whoops. That Maker 2 made possible for the first time. I think that's actually one of the biggest technical breakthroughs in Maker 2. Drop a shell, land on a shell, and then on a mole like we did previously. Let's get a better angle on that shell if we can. I feel like we might need to drop it in advance first. I don't really have a good curve on it. Yeah, we need to find a nice, reliable way to drop it like I did the first time. Yeah, that's right. We just go right up to it. We just need to hang left slightly, and then mole presents itself after that. Yeah, we can get it consistently. We just need to learn it first. There we go. And then we needed to get a decent enough angle kind of swooping up from the cannonball to drop that shell as well. My shell drop timings here are probably not the best. And then, yeah, the P block there specifies the target pretty accurately. You wish you had enough time. Yeah, okay, we need to hug the one-way panel to drop without hitting the spikes, obviously, so no adjustment there, we just need to hug right. You wish you had enough time to backport one of your actual 2 levels. Right, before the uploads were disabled. I mean... But yeah, I'd love to find a time to do more Maker 1 streams at some point. Because that was an absolute blast. Oops. And yeah, that's true, that the scrolling mechanics. It's sort of interesting that back then, when nobody had scroll stop, I mean, scroll stop is probably the best and the most impactful thing that Mario Maker 2 brought to the table, but if you go back to Maker 1, because people didn't have scroll stop, you see layouts that have a lot more of these kind of jigsaw puzzle arrangements to them in terms of how room layouts kind of bleed into each other and overlap each other. And so rooms took on much more irregular shapes instead of people kind of thinking in terms of straight walls and enclosed room designs the way they do when they use scroll stop in Maker 2. Because makers get so much more control over the mechanics with scroll stop nowadays, one thing that I don't really see at all in Maker 2, except from people who don't know what they're doing, is that kind of jigsaw style layout that was all over the place in Maker 1. And in some ways I actually kind of miss that. That I feel like that's partly responsible for how things like Metroid style levels have gone way out of fashion. That, you know, the flexibility of explorable spaces just isn't what it used to be. But yeah, I mean, I love scroll stop as well. I think scroll stop is the most important thing about Maker 2. By far. But in some ways, we've become dependent on it in a way that has overwritten forms of design that were previously much more available. And yeah, the separation of the fishbone was pretty important too. I love a lot of things about Maker 2 mechanically. I think anybody who has been playing Maker 2 for long enough will find certain frustrations with how Nintendo manages it, particularly with things like the course deletions, which I think are the biggest problem. Okay, I keep backing up into that a little bit because I keep thinking I have to hedge on the timing for the red cannonball, and I don't. The red cannonball is going to happen. We just need to get in position for it. And Dervish Advisor and Electrodude, welcome. Yeah, it's kind of true that... I mean, I don't know what you mean, Dervish Advisor, by guessing where the stop is. But camera positioning in general requires a lot of cumbersome testing sometimes, I think. And in fact, scroll stop is probably easier to kind of eyeball in the editor than a lot of scroll positioning. Is to visualize generally. So we almost have that. We need to hang left slightly on it. And yes, Electrodude, this is a JPK level. I actually haven't played any of these before, despite having dropped by the stream from time to time. So, kind of nice to have the opportunity to play this one. I like how this level, even for the really dynamic elements like the Buzzy drops, is fairly minimal about indication. There are a few things, like the coins and P-blocks, where, you know, you kind of need to go for specific placements that are hard to time, but it's fairly minimal. I feel like a lot of makers would be tempted to way over-indicate a level like this and only confuse things further, because you do still fundamentally need to figure out some of the jump order on your own to get the pieces to line up. And I kind of enjoy the process of solving the path, as long as the execution is not too fuzzy. The first jump has been giving me a little bit of trouble, of course, but... Whoops. And yeah, 1K Man, that's a good point about the item shake. Maker 1. You know, in spite of having played significantly more Maker 2 than Maker 1, there's one thing I still fumble with all the time. And it's the button assignments for copy, erase, and multi-grab. I'm still not used to it. Like, years later, after having built in the editor for quite a lot longer in Maker 2 than in 1. I still don't think the kind of copy, erase, multi-grab rotation makes as much sense with the way the controls go on Switch. I remember that this is actually one of the things that made Sea of Gaming like literally quit Maker 2, was burning out on interface frustrations with things like that. And I kind of agree that there are definitely things about Maker 2 that still feel awkward. Electro Dude has a free weekend for Grass Fest. Yeah. For those who aren't following, by which I mean Splatfest on Team Grass. Okay, man, your biggest gripe with Maker 2 is that another generic 3D world levels was your most popular level, yeah. I mean, number of plays, it's a matter of scale, I guess, but number of plays in this game is not as important, I think, as the number of meaningful engagements. People who stream your level, people who comment on it, or really kind of play it thoroughly and enjoy it. You know, people who, like, actually really kind of take the time to enjoy a creation of yours. I think that's worth a lot more than the strangers making numbers go up. But I mean, I guess that's partly my mentality because, you know, I have an experience in Mario Maker that's almost entirely curated. Like, I never play Endless or anything with random queue, so maybe the people who really enjoy Endless have a different perspective on this. Okay, I'm still going left a little too hard there when I'm trying to get on top of Black Cannonball, and maybe I'm just a little early on that, and I haven't quite figured out how to fix it yet. We'll manage that somehow. Yeah, we are trying to do full bounces everywhere. But I do have a habit sometimes of releasing early, as I did towards the cannonball just now, yeah. And yeah, some of the spacing works a lot better with the full bounce on that earlier descending element. Whoops. You think bad levels are so much of a charm? Yeah, but that's why, you know, I watch other people play Endless from time to time instead of doing it myself. Right? You have some streamers who do Endless all the time, and many of whom are excellent players from a technical perspective, partly from so much practice navigating bad levels, and it's very entertaining, but, you know, they play Endless so I don't have to, right? That's my attitude towards it. I've been letting up on some of these jumps. I shouldn't be doing so. I should just crank away the jump button here. Let the level do its work. But yeah, because of the placement of that 10 coin, I think I was encouraged to do a bit of a quick drop on that cannonball rather than a full bounce. But a full bounce is much better timed for everything that comes after it, so, well. Whoops. Positioning here. Okay, lined up in the end. Almost. Okay. Yeah, playing Mario Maker has really exposed what a lot of my own mechanical habits in platformers are. When it comes to, you know, trying to do mid-air corrections or not doing full bounces or anything like that. It's very clear to me how this bullet sequence is supposed to go. I just haven't been able to execute it yet. But the full bounces have cleaned it up somewhat. And then it's back to the other bullets, and then we'll have another hit on the on-off switch afterwards to open up the gate, using bullet and cannon to the left. I understand how that's going to go. I know what it's supposed to look like, I just need to do it. It has been going a little bit smoother since I was more conscious of trying to do full bounces. Whoops. Except, of course, we need to get onto first shell. Rather important here. Funny, because my initial blind read of this, while still in the middle of talking, actually was reasonably successful. So yeah, one on-off switch press gets rid of the muncher column, the other one reopens the gate, so 2 P blocks under the on-off switch for 2 hits. Oops. Okay. Nope, just missed. Yeah, it feels like it should be bullet, cannonball, on-off switch. Cannonball, I'll need to go towards the right after that to hit the on-off switch as I head back towards the mole. It's actually reasonably clear. Try to make that happen. Whoops. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. Whoops. Had to hands off the controller for a moment to check something. Okay, no. Let's restart this attempt. Okay. There we go. Alright, up we go. I think we need to land first and then jump back on top of the cannonball for timing reasons, but we'll try that again and see what makes sense. Oops. Yeah, I kind of let up on one of the bounces there, but hopefully that doesn't throw off my timing too much. After a little while, the auto-scroll and the spawn timings kind of sort themselves out, so... yeah, we're doing alright. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, wrong way. We should go red first, just wasn't paying attention. But we had done that successfully multiple occasions. Nope. Yeah, we just need to recover the angle approach. When it works pretty smoothly. Oh, held right for just a little too long there when we tried to make that drop. Yeah, the blaster spawns depend quite a lot on trust in some ways. I mean, they're very reliable, but there definitely is that moment of thinking, oh, is it actually going to fire on time? And it does, but not without making you a little concerned first. Right, down we go. Oh, whoops, completely missed. So yeah, I think we'll probably land back on the skull before hitting the next cannonball, because the skull otherwise won't be far enough for when I get over the second column, so we will take a look. Yeah, well, I mean, everything here is based on the auto-scroll, right? Like, everything is going to be on screen at a reliable time. And so, relative to the camera as well as the clock, everything's just going to work consistently, which is nice. Doesn't work this way without auto-scroll, of course. But yeah, it's more that you're kind of already in midair approaching the blasters by the time they fire, and so there's a little bit of a moment of tension, but it's pretty manageable. It doesn't feel blind or anything. Although sometimes I overshoot slightly, because I don't make a very good estimate of where the bullet's going to come. There's usually enough room to adjust midair and bend myself towards the bullet, but that's on my reaction time more than anything. Yeah, so jumps do feel quite nice when you get them. Then, okay, up we go, and then up we go. Then, we do need to do the up pipe, very good. Okay. Fishbone, okay, that's fine. Waited a little bit for this to get underway, and then we probably should go right away. And then we do see a P-block where we're going to hit the bonsai going up. Oh, nope. We're supposed to launch something on a spring, and that would give me some moving object to land on. And that was a little bit off target, but yeah, trying to land on things that are swaying back and forth in the parachutes is just how Mario Maker's going to go. Okay, I was going for the P-block, and I guess maybe bones are walking a little to the right of that. Still within a tile of it, but okay, that's how it's going to work. So I do want to get slightly ahead of the P-block. Slightly to the right. So it looks that way. There we go. And I want to maintain forward momentum. I cut momentum a little bit too aggressively there. Okay, and then it's going to be on the bomb to grab the key, but then I should be holding the bomb out of that because of the mole setup. The way that object pickups typically work. Levels like this. Okay. Let's try it again. Yeah, kind of needed to take that on faith. We don't throw it until we're at the C marker. But I'd already messed up the trajectory over there, so not a big deal as long as we don't get stomped by our dry bones on the way down. Yeah, and then you toss that, it will bomb open the clouds, and then I need to figure out how to actually land over there. I suppose I'm supposed to bounce towards that from under on something that I haven't seen yet, but figure out what that is. Let's not back up into that landing. Go full forward. Hit the winged dry bones. Feels like I got a little bit low there. Maybe I was correct. That's actually much closer to the block markers than on previous attempts, so maybe the bounce height on the bomb there was okay. It just felt a little bit unusual, that's all. Yeah, because now I go forward like this. And then that actually works. That's precisely what we needed to do. Nearly hit the blade there on the way in. And we have a boss. We have a couple of bombs that will do what for me? Do the bombs toggle on a timer? Yes, they do. Okay, just making sure. Okay, then we cross. We get Koopa shells. That's okay. We should probably have more Koopas come down at some point. Maybe. There we go. As long as we don't get dunked on the head. We can actually throw Koopas from the right side as well. I don't know why we looped around. We're absolutely able to fight from the right side. I think. It looks like it. Okay. Only 3 shells, unfortunately. Okay, so you have to use all of them. Okay, that wasn't clear to me. But I guess because there's no spawner that's visible on screen, I should have been able to figure that out. And it's possible to reset the fight through the green pipe anyway, so it's not too big a deal, given that you're not strictly locked. Okay. Alright, so we'll just hang out here until we get more Koopas. Whoops, let's watch our feet, of course, instead of just jumping around aimlessly. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to... Whoops, there we go. Let's do the reset just to prove it. Yeah, sometimes it's just challenging to ensure that kind of hidden requirements like this, or for that matter, using full jumps later in the level, it's properly communicated. I mean, you know, player might just fail in a way that makes it obvious eventually, but... always is a tricky design consideration to figure out how it can be clarified. Okay, let's not jump off the ledge, obviously. Oh, whoops. Just jumped over that. Kind of managing a couple of different moving parts at once here. So yeah, we do need to go over right away then, even though red shells will stay on the platform. No point in waiting though, given that we do need... get our Koopaling friend out of his shell phase before we hit him again. Oops. This is Iggy, right? I always forget about the color palette in SMB3. I'm just much more familiar with the Super Mario World designs. Yeah, it's definitely Iggy. Okay. Nope. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's a pretty good hit. Now let's just dodge projectiles for a little while as we try not to get dunked by the next shell, which I nearly did. Then we'll stand over here once again. Until the next one comes down. Be in good shape. Okay, there we go. Pretty smooth. And obviously we'll go up. Then, let's see. Ah, yeah, okay, and that's the shell spawning mechanism to the left that we see. Just on-off switches dropping them. And down we go. Okay, pretty pleasant way to finish. Yeah, that's a nice level to end on today, I think. So, yeah, thank you for that, John Paul O'Keefe. And glad to see you around as always. Hope I get to catch a little more of you as well, although I haven't really been Twitch that much as a viewer lately. Hope you've also been enjoying your time in the game, so. Yeah, this was from 2021. It's been sitting around here for a little while. And definitely a good choice for today, I think. Just a good fit for the amount of time and attention I had and the level of challenge that was appropriate to that. So we are going to look around to send you folks on to a raid somewhere. Probably to another Maker stream, but we'll give it a quick scan and see who's on this time of day. But thank you once again, everybody who queued earlier today. Like I said, hopefully the changes we made to production actually gave you a high quality experience relative to the glitchy technical mess that we've had more often than not lately. And yeah, with that aside, we'll probably be doing more Mario Maker puzzles this week. For those who didn't know, by the way, as I said in the stream title, there is a puzzle design contest going on over the next several weeks, and I will be playing all of the entries December. And we may potentially be looking for co-op partners for that too. I think most of you have heard me say this before. So yeah, we'll be catching up on Maker puzzles and probably some other things in the coming weeks when I'm able to stream. We'll see how that goes. For the time being, once again, thank you for your attendance. Thank you for bearing with my sleepier moments earlier in the stream when things were not going so well. And let's find you somewhere as your next destination. In the meantime, have a great weekend. Enjoy the days to come. And above all, fare thee well.